Hello, you guys. I decided to do a quick live right quick because I don't think I'm going to um, be able to get on tonight because I got to run out on a case. I know noon. I've never gotten on at noon, and I'm sure everybody is at work. So I'm gonna give some people a few minutes to come on. I started to do pre-recorded. Um, let's see. Wait a few more minutes to see who comes on. I know it's kind of early in the day. But what I wanted to say is I wanted to do a quick live. Um, and I think the video, or not think, the video that I did yesterday, um, that I uploaded about Young Dolph and the cookie shop, it got a lot of different, reviews. You know, I hey, people are allowed to feel how they want to feel, but I guess it's still kind of jarring to me how people have issues when you say, I'm going to allow the police department and the investigators to work their case. And you know what's so funny today? I had a conversation this morning. Okay, I see some people coming in. I had a conversation this morning and I got up early, of course, and I ended up calling one of my friends that is an investigator on this Dolph's case. And I asked him, I said, of course, y'all know that I would not give away any vital information that's going to hurt a case, but I made sure that I asked him, I said, how is everything going? Like, I know everybody is kind of tight lipped. How is everything going? And he said, well, it's going good. I said, well, hello there, natural born booty. I said, oh Lord, natural born beauty. I said booty, natural born queen. I don't know where my head is. Natural born queen. Hello, Demon. And so then I he said, I don't know where I don't know what booty I think because Remy had her booty in my face. Um, anyways, I said, well, you know, I asked him how everything was going, and he said it's going good. And then he made sure he said, we have not hit a dead end yet. It's still going good. We haven't hit any dead ends on Young Dolph's case. Everything checks out the way it should. So, like I said, that just kind of let me know. That let me know right there, y'all. You know, without even telling me too much. That I mean, of course, I knew it anyways. Hello, Auntie Phoebe. Hello, Demon, James Richardson, Teresa Freeman. I don't know how natural born booty came out of my mouth. But when he said that, he said, we have not hit any dead ends yet on this case. So I already know that it's what it should. Hello, Yam. It's what it should be, you know. But people thought, when I got on yesterday that I was, some people took it that when I uploaded the video yesterday that I was defending the cookie shop. You know, I don't know. Sometimes I think, people just want a reason to people just want a reason to have issues, you know. Some people are very radical too, you know. Some people are on here are very dangerous too. I see the militia type personality, and it has nothing to do with justice. It's there. It's some dangerous people. You know, some people can't handle a lot of stuff. You know, like I say, a lot of these people can't handle having a lot of money. There are some people that couldn't handle power, that wouldn't be able to handle having power or followers or things of that nature because they're too um messed up. I look at quite a few people on here, and I'll use Coat Figure. I know you all know him as an example. I look at Coat Figure and I like Coat Figure because I feel like Coat Figure is would be a good leader. I stand behind Coat Figure because I watch his stuff. He's not outlandish. He knows what he's talking about. You know, I like Coat Figure a lot. He's one of those people, like I said, that would be a good leader because you could hear and see the compassion in Coat Figure. He's not manipulative, and he speaks with his heart. And my mom loves looking at Coat Figure. I don't know, it's just something about vibrations when you know that a person put their heart into stuff. He's one of those ones, you know. He's one of those ones. There are a few more I look at, like Don Sauce is a cool person, but Coat Figure is a great leader. Like I said, he would be a great leader, you know. And like I said, and I said that for a reason. I think that he can handle. I have not seen not one time since I've been looking at him for several months where there was anything where he's tried to mislead the people or anything like that. Know what I mean? I like his personality, you know. There are a lot of people on here that I look at, you know, and regardless to whether I agree with what they say or not, I respect them. I don't get threatened. Um, Hello, what is that? Sadan. I just don't get threatened by people unless they're radical. There I go. That's a dangerous person, you know. Um, yeah, that with no merit. That's a dangerous person. But you know, there was a lot of mixed um reviews about what I said. Some people took it as because I have not been accusatory. Um, I think I've always kind of thrown out hints of what I might feel because we all have opinions, but like I said, we're not the investigators on the case. We definitely have opinions. Um, do some things seem suspicious to me? There are a lot of things that I've seen that are suspicious to me, but without being there physically to be able to investigate it, because you sure can't investigate it from the internet without talking to the witnesses, and because there are a lot of them that actually know what happened. There are the reason that the authorities, absolutely, Demon, the reason that the authorities are where they are right now is because of law-abiding citizens. Because the police are not out there all day, every day. They weren't out there when that happened. These are people that was around that community or live in that community or know people in that community that knows what has happened. And so when he told me this morning, we haven't ran into a dead end yet, that made me feel good because like I said, I try not to even really ask him. I got an auntie. One of my dad's baby sisters just made lieutenant, worked right down there in those investigative services. I saw my auntie yesterday, and I make it a point not to ask anything personal. about these cases. And I know my auntie ain't crooked. You talking about fair as all get out. And I love my aunt. But I make it a point not to. But when I talk to my friend this morning that's out there on the pavement, that's trying to get justice for young Dolph, always been a good guy. Always, even when we were traffic officers, always. For him to say, we haven't ran into a dead end yet, that made me feel good. That was enough for me. Because I know how that man is stressed out, trying to make sure that there is justice for young Dolph. You know. Um, so for people to say that I was, or some people, not everybody, that I'm protecting the cookie shop or I'm taking up for the cookie shop, that's crazy. I wasn't there. So I can't say that. And like I said, I have an issue with accusing somebody or accusing people and jeopardizing their lives. And I don't know if they were involved or not. Everybody have their own feelings. Just like it would be the same way if someone broke into your house. You can have a feeling of who did it, but you can't go and do nothing to them if you're not sure of it. Okay? You can't, And hey, I think, I just keep saying we gotta let the wheels of justice turn, you all. Hey T Jones, we gotta let the wheels of justice, Daryl Brown, um, of justice turn. If the Memphis Police Department, hey player code, and the federal investigators go and charge somebody at the cook, because you have to understand now. Because as I always say, I don't know who worked in that cookie shop. There was multiple people that worked in that cookie shop. So when we say the cookie shop, we kind of put everybody together. A lot of people don't understand it. You're accusing everybody at that cookie shop, right? Um, I don't know who worked in that cookie shop. I keep saying that. I don't know who worked in there. I don't know who worked in that cookie shop. And so for me to say the cookie shop did it, even if I thought that, I wouldn't say the cookie shop did it, because I like to individualize people. That's why I say I don't know who worked in there. Okay, I don't know everybody that worked in that cookie shop. But as I've said, people go, well, the cookie shop was a part of the setup and this and that. I don't know. I would have to say, and I've been saying this forever, and I can't understand all of these elaborate accusations, and which it don't bother me, because when people, it's something about our people, when they think something bother you, that's kind of what they, especially when it's a lot of mental illness in the atmosphere. But it's just a lot of evil people too. It's a lot of evil people on here. That's why you have to stay prayed up. But I always say, and I say this for a reason, whoever wanted to assassinate Dolph before, whoever made those attempts on his life before, that's how you know when plants are in on this. It ain't hard to figure out the plants, because they try and take you left. Whoever wanted him, when somebody has made more than one attempt on your life, that means they want you gone. And they normally don't stop until you are. Whoever those people were that tried to take him out before is not going to be that far from that, but you have people going completely left. Okay? They go completely left, but people don't want to hear that. That would be more logical than a lot of this other stuff. People like conspiracy theories. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. And I ain't even working this case, and it ain't that hard to me, because you just kind of follow. Could they have had somebody to help them? That's very possible. Whoever they were that to set him up. Of course, somebody helped to set him up. Who it was, I don't know. Okay, I don't know, but I ain't gonna pull things out of my butt. That's mental illness. You know, so I think I keep saying that, but people don't want to accept that. If there is a history of trying to take somebody out, it's normally not. People don't stop. One of my favorite movies, and I know y'all gonna think this is weird, okay? But it's a strategy that my dad has always used, and but from the time I can remember, about 12 years old, okay? Shaka Zulu has always been my favorite movie. If I see it, it's coming on. If I see it, it's gonna come on. I don't know why. Like, I think something is gonna change because it's like a 2-day series. I'll sit and watch the whole 5 or 6 hours, and I've been doing that since I was a teenager. Okay, but of course, Shaka Zulu was a warrior. He come from the Zulu tribe. And I often think about, even with the Dolph situation, when I say that there was multiple attempts on his life. And I remember growing up, you know, um, Adonna said serial killer. A lot of them will be categorized as that. Adonna taking all these hits like they gangsters or like they was gangsters. They're not though. I think they're gonna see that they're not. Um, Shaka Zulu, he has a quote that says, and I kind of think, in Dolph's situation, these people had made multiple attempts on his life. And Shaka Zulu was a warrior. He trained the Zulu army. He was a Zulu king. I love this. I love studying about the Zulu tribe, and I love the movie Shaka Zulu. I love studying about King Shaka. King Shaka says, never leave an enemy behind. Never leave anyone who has identified themselves as a threat to you behind, or else they will rise up again and come at your neck. My dad has always lived by that as far as business. Okay. I don't know. He has. And it was very effective. Okay. Especially if they identified themselves as an enemy. He never physically killed nobody. Okay. I come against that in the name of Jesus. He never physically killed nobody, but he's always been a hardcore businessman. And I think about Dolph with that because these people had identified, whoever these people were, had identified themselves as enemies. And they constantly came at him. That's how you know he had a good upbringing, or he had somebody that raised him up that was empathetic and compassionate, because he had a regards for life, even though he knew who it was that was consistently trying to take him out. Okay. He could have retaliated, but he didn't. He had the money to. He kept leaving his enemies behind, and they kept rising back up again until they took him out. That's why when people start trying to go left, I started thinking about what kind of, okay, now, of course, we already know there are a lot of plants on here. A lot of people get paid, you know. Hey, it ain't nothing wrong with that. It's business, it's advertisement. That's what they do. A lot of these people have been identified as being in, as I've said before, in the same organizations. You know, it's okay to be in an organization, until you get caught doing something illegal, right? But that's what they do. They're, they're on here to try and change the narrative. But I think the mistake that young Dolph made was he kept allowing his enemies to rise up. Now, I'm not saying he should have taken them out, but physically, because there's more than one way to take people out. He knew who it was that was trying to kill him. And it all goes back to, you don't have loyalty to people because you don't want the jacket of, well, you told, well, your children, and saving your life and putting people, some of these court dates, if he had shown up to some of these court dates, some of these people probably wouldn't even be out. Okay. But even whoever these people was, they looked at that as a weakness rather than the young man was showing them, I just don't want no issues. I don't want to get into no wars. I got soldiers out here. If I retaliate, they're going to go take out one of my soldiers who's got families. I don't want no bloodbath like that. That's why I can't feel sorry for what's getting ready to happen to some of these Negroes that just wouldn't stop. Some people want the jacket of being a gangster. Well, I guess you can be a gangster in that penitentiary. We'll see how far that go. Because when you taking people out, you plain trash. Killing a person don't make you a gangster. It makes you garbage. Okay? Gang stalking don't make you a gangster. It makes you garbage. Okay? And basically, these people kept hunting this man. And then even now, they're able to buy off a lot of people. And hey, people get their money how they can. As long as it's not, you're not a threat to a person's livelihood. But a lot of these people are a threat to people's livelihood. They still setting people up. Daryl says, I can't wait to them MFs to get caught up. They probably already caught up, Daryl. Just because you don't see something don't mean it ain't happening. When my friend said to me this morning, we haven't ran into a dead end yet on this case, that lets me know everything that they're getting, they're checking out, and it's producing something. Angie says, but these streets would have called him a snitch and he showed up in court. Well, they just would have been calling me a snitch because I'm going to make sure you are prosecuted. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I kind of watch the verbiage, you know, when people get paid and um they get paid and they get on here and they people say they care about Dolph and they want justice for Dolph. And then they call the witnesses snitches. These snitches get stitches, but in the same breath, I want justice for Dolph, but snitches get stitches. They snitches. They going to them people. How the F y'all feel like they gonna? I'm talking about to the plants. You know, hey, how they feel like this case gonna get solved? They can't bring justice to the case. They ain't got the authority to. Okay, so the people that know what has happened have to take the information to who? The authorities. Now, if you want justice for Dolph, you calling them snitches, and snitches get stitches. He says they had already. Hold on, that's moving kind of fast. They had already called him a snitch when they first said BY had sent the 100 shots. Then that's when Black Youngster made the post begging Dolph not to come to court. down because if he was my brother, I'm making sure absolutely. Yeah, it's a lot of people that's helping the police that makes me feel good. So at least they got some type of confidence in the authorities. And regardless to whether I would never call somebody a snitch if I wanted a case solved, if they had some information. I would never try to use in a derogatory language. Most people, I was talking to one of my cousins that's out in the street. Like I said, I was with my family yesterday. Okay. And my cousin, who has always been a hardcore street dude, said they only call people snitches when, and of course, and y'all know I don't give a lot of credence to what he say, but I love him though. When they was your charge partner and they took deals, not witnesses that are in the community that want their community back. But see, I know a lot of people kind of get on here to, you know, intimidate witnesses because that's what they're paid to do. These people know that folks get ready to come for them, and they pay people to put stuff into the atmosphere to try and intimidate the people that they speculate or feel like maybe working with the police. Ron Park says too many people put themselves in this and they're about to be sick. Leonardo says nobody is a snitch. We're trying to see, absolutely, Leonardo. We're trying to seek justice. We're trying to seek justice. I'm helping in mighty prayer. Absolutely, Harold. The love of money is, yeah, people taking money to set people up. I'm told. Um, yeah, they've been taking money to set people up. I can't understand for the life of me how a human could love money so much that they would take money to set up another human being to have their life taken. I can't understand that. People like that are animalistic, and a lot of times they need to be caged like animals because they're not doing good out here on the street with law abiding citizens. You know, people say that Dolph, you know, was selling weed, you know. And I don't doubt that. You know, that could be true. I don't know. But when it's all said and done, it all boils down to some form of jealousy and trying to come up. And it just ain't gonna work out. Player Code says it's a lot of people that know what really happened to Dolph, but because of the street code, they ain't saying nothing. It's a lot of people that's saying something though, Player Code. Because those people that really know have told other people. You know, I feel what your cuz was saying. If we did a crime together and you turn on me, that's a snitch, right? And child, as long as I can remember, he done been out in the street. People love him though. I mean, I'm not saying that what he's the things that he's done is right, but he's always been really good to his family. We don't, I guess we've never seen him as that. Uh, People have stories about him. Um, but that's my cousin. I don't know if I believe it, but only because that's my cousin. I think if he wasn't my cousin, I would believe it. Dara says that man ain't selling no weed. Okay, that's true. He was a multimillionaire. You're not a street dude. You're not a street dud. Tell. That'll say any thing to slander Dolph's name. It is so sad what happened to Dolph, but what did they take his life for? I guess it's saying for. So sad, a person that meant so much to Memphis and the Mid South, a successful young man. Even if he was selling weed, it's legal in California. Yeah, because heard somebody say he was getting into legalized cannabis and stuff. You're right. So y'all, right. So jealousy played a big part of it. The thing that makes me sick to my stomach is when the vloggers go after Mia J. Yeah, like I said, I think, and then you have to understand too, some people are easily misled too, because like I said, it's been folks working overtime on here with their emails. They put plants on here. They got teams. They have teams. Valerie says he used to sell weed when he was younger, but a millionaire is not selling weed. They have teams to send out emails and stuff. And they'll say, they'll keep sending it with a whole lot of fake BS. They know a lot of these people don't live in Memphis, you know. Um, so if you say something enough, you have a lot of conviction, people will start to believe you. But they kind of don't come at me with that because they know I know better. Okay. They know I know better. As far as these fake narratives and things of that nature. Um, Mia J, the person who put Mia J in, whoever started, because it started, somebody sent me something, an email. And I didn't, and that was pretty early on about Mia J. I knew it was a lie. And they kept sending them. I mean, as soon as they thought I was getting some traction as far as a few numbers, that's when I started getting those emails. That's how you know it's a team. And that was only to divert the attention. That's another thing. He's got some family left, you know. So whoever it is, they hate him so bad. And then they scared of going to jail too. Um, they want to they want to destroy his legacy of any kind. Okay. And then Dolph was a single man, but looking at some of his interviews, hey Carlos, oh, this Don. Okay, Don from Brooklyn. Hello. You know, so people send out this information. They send out emails and things of that nature because and like I said, they have a lot of conviction. They come up with fake, they claim they got proof, and the stuff is not true. These are their teams, you know. These are their teams. But the thing about it is, the reason it don't make me mad when I see people consistently changing the narrative, it does not change the investigation. To hear him say this morning, we haven't ran into a dead end yet. And I had not even asked him about this case in a long time because I make it a point not to. Because I want them to do their thing, and I know they're going to do the darn thing. I know they're doing the darn thing. Project Death Spell said murdering Dolph solidified his legendary status and made him one of the greatest of all time. YG would never get a street named after him. If I was Mia J, no one would get close to me or my children, wouldn't trust anyone. And because they don't know what Dolph has left her. I was on your live last week. Keep doing what you're doing. I have so much in my heart. So much on my heart about Your last live child. Thank you. But y'all, it's a crying shame though. And like I said, it's not anything wrong with people trying to change the narrative. A lot of people are very jealous hearted too. They are. Um, they want to plant seeds in people's minds, but of course that's part of changing the narrative. They do about you. Um, that's what they want to do. But when it's all said and done, the police department and the federal agents are the ones that's working this case. They're the ones that's working this case. And like I said, to hear him say that this morning, it made me feel good to know when he said what he said, we haven't ran into a dead end yet. It lets me know that people are doing what they're supposed to do to make sure that Dolph gets justice. To make sure that Dolph gets justice. Now, as I've said before, I don't have a whole lot of I don't like to accuse people because I kind of let the investigators do what they are supposed to do, and they're doing it. After he was sentenced 15 years. Because and they're doing it. But I don't have no doubt that justice is going to be served. And whatever narrative is changed on here, it don't change the investigation. The only thing a lot of people are trying to do right now is help people to help their image, I believe. See, a lot of people, like I said, you really don't have to look too far. You have to do is watch people and watch what they say. Watch people, watch what they say. Okay? Just watch people and watch what they say. And then kind of look at what has happened before as far as the situation with Dolph. It would appear to me that somebody been had a bag on his head for whatever reason, a bounty or whatever they call it in the street on his head for whatever reasons, y'all. So if you talking about my opinion, since people want it, my opinion is, since people want my opinion, I'm getting ready to give it to you. Whoever tried to take him out before, okay, it ain't gonna be too far off from that. It all kind of lies in that world. Just looking at it from my view, and I don't know everything, but in it just all kind of lies in that world to me. Were the cookie people involved? I don't know who worked in that cookie shop. I can't put. I don't know who all the employees were. I don't know. So to say the cookie shop, that's saying everybody in the cookie shop. I don't know who worked in there. I don't even know if anybody in that cookie shop had anything to do with it. I'm going to wait for the investigators to say. And a lot of the reasons too that the police are where they are in this case is because the people told on themselves. These people was constantly threatening people. That's against the law. People was reporting that they was these folks was threatening folks, terroristic threats. Even now, I heard somebody get on my live the other day and said that a young man said somebody posted in a young man's comments a threat. So people start doing desperate things when they know that the people coming for them. They start doing desperate things. And like I said, a vlogger on here couldn't. The only thing that the vloggers have done was it brought the people out that was in a lot of the people that was involved in this. It got them on the internet, and normally a hit dog hollers. Okay, so they started sending emails and their teams and threatening people, and then they were traced. So you start tracing people, you start seeing their affiliations, you start watching them. They told on themselves. They did. And it seems to me that they're some of them, whoever it is, it must be some that's still out there because they threatening folks again. So that's how you know everybody ain't got, because they threatening people again from what I hear. Because somebody got on my live the other day and said somebody was wrote into the comments. Now you know you crazy to be writing in somebody's comments a threat when that can be traced. But y'all, I have no doubt that there's going to be justice for young Dolph. Like I said, I feel like young Dolph was extremely smart. You know, I was listening to some people yesterday. I was around my family and some of my cousins was around. Like I said, a lot of them are street guys, and some of their friends was around. And I'm gonna tell you the thing that kind of bothers me is because I grew up in South Memphis until I was 12. Okay. The thing that kind of bothers me is that listening to some of these guys, I'm talking about some of their friends and stuff, you get the opportunity to really see how a lot of people think. Okay. And I feel like a lot of people might have liked Dolph, but they was jealous of him. You'd be surprised at how people feel like because you grew up in their area, you supposed to break bread with them in and every time they want it. Hold on, y'all. They feel like you're supposed to break bread with them each and every time they want it. They mad at you because they feel like he ain't messing with us like that. You know, as I was saying, it just kind of bothers me, the mentality of some people, you know, of how some people think. Well, um, the thing about it is, you talk about somebody, girl, some people try to justify what happened. Right. Some of them folks said he wasn't messing with them like some of them folks said he wasn't messing with them like he should have. He should have been feeding them, the hood dudes, like he should have. Old, rusty, nappy neck Negroes. No woman. Okay? Whew. Y'all know that anger comes up. I get real mad. No woman should have a man up under her that feel like another man's supposed to be feeding him. He too sorry. He too pitiful. If you feel like it's another man's responsibility to be feeding you and you ain't working, he just needs to feed you just because you too sorry. Ladies, I wouldn't have a man like that around me, but you'd be surprised to know that some of them think like that. If he had been feeding, he such and such, if he had been feeding him, you looking for another man just because you feel like he got money. When you are able-bodied, old, rusty, crusty Negro, another man to feed you. I was just sitting there listening to my cousins, okay, and their friends. Okay. And then when my cousin didn't say nothing, I was listening to my friend, to their friends. Cause when I told my cousins a piece of my mind, I don't know their friends like that. But people secretly envy you. So when I said, I feel like somebody set him up, nobody told me that. Yeah, I feel like somebody, you know, may have given may have been communicating with somebody. I don't know who it was. But so since I don't know who it was, you're not gonna see me accusing nobody. That's something a lunatic would do. I'm a very logical thinker, you know. I am. I am. Sharon says, bad boys, bad boys. Yeah, what you gonna do when they come for you? Cause he said it today. Child, she said, where is Remy at? Girl, girl, she laying right here. She laying right here. I gotta take her to my daughter because we gotta be out on a case all night tonight. And I know we're gonna be out all night because of the type of case that it is. We're gonna have to be posted up all night long. And I sure hate that. That's why I'm getting on early. Akia says some of our folks are deep rooted in witchcraft, want to control us, and if they can't, they want to get rid of us. You know what? I never thought about it like that, Hakia. That is the honest God's truth. Girl, that is the honest God's truth. I never thought about it like that. That's so true. That's so true. But you know what? But growing up around the men that because like I said, even with my cousins, I was surprised that they even had some friends like that over there because I saw even the ones that I said that were street dudes, they handled business and they went and got their own money. They didn't look for people to give them handouts and they took care of their families. They didn't say another man should have fed them. So Dolph had some people, and I don't think it was anybody in pre. I think it was just people that he was cool with. He had a lot of jealous people around, that interacted with him. I wouldn't say they was around him on a daily basis. Some people, you're right. They rather see you eliminated. Thank you, Player Cole. Thank you. They'd rather see you eliminated than to be making money and not giving it to them. They sit up, they smoke all day, they take pills, they sleep all day somewhere on the couch slobbering, hardly washing their ass. Lord forgive me for saying that because I'm getting upset. While that boy was in the studio creating some wealth for himself out there, creating his own wealth, and some overgrown Negro get mad because they feel like he's supposed to give them what he has gotten out and worked hard for. Now, you hear Snoop Bands and them say all the time when Dolph used to come into town before he even signed them, he would pull up on them and say, young niggas, y'all all right? Y'all good? They said and break bread with him, come up out of his pocket with a few hundred for everybody on the corner. But Dolph said that's what he used to pray for. He said, I would be walking to the next street to my auntie house. And I used to be praying, man, I just wish somebody would. He said, a nigga didn't have nothing. He said, I'd be walking and praying. I wish somebody just pull up on me and give me something. He said, I ain't have nothing. We didn't have nothing. My parents was out in the streets because they was on drugs. I used to just be praying, man, you know, I wish somebody would just pull up on me while I'm walking and just give me something. One of the OGs in the hood. That's why he would do it. And that still wasn't enough for a lot of these rusty crusty Negroes. They would help somebody, maybe, to set him up. I think it's a crying shame. Like I said, I think, people wanted me to say And like I was saying the other yesterday about the cookie shop and Big Jook. Yeah, I had the opportunity to. I saw it on somebody else's YouTube to look at the video, and it was interesting. But I don't really know why that video was. I don't know why that was put up. So because to me it seemed like somewhat of I don't know. I I don't know. You have to wonder, especially when people are already speculating and pointing fingers, why would that go up? Is it was you know what I mean? Why would he put that up? So instead of, if nothing else is going to get everybody to talking about that smoke shop, right? If nothing else, it's going to get the video shown and everybody going to know about that smoke shop. That's why I didn't say a whole lot about it. You have to wonder why people do things. You never heard me once say that somebody was guilty or innocent. I said you have to start looking beneath the surface, because looking beyond the surface will make a fool out of a whole lot of people. Okay? It's like it's informed T taunting by putting that video up. And so when people are, and I've seen some of the videos, like I said, um, I've seen some of the videos that have been made since Dolph. I've tried to look at some of them. Some of them are just dark videos, evil on so many levels. But see, I keep saying, like, we have the power to eliminate a lot of this stuff when we control what our kids support. Because if you got kids that's living up under your roof and they're under 18, you can control what they um listen to and what they support. But the problem is you got so many grown people that are just like children. They going, and you don't support people like that. That's teaching your kids how to be heartless when a rapper has died. Or not, no, he didn't die. He was assassinated. Somebody killed him. I have an issue when somebody was taken out like that by saying that they died. No, he didn't just die. Somebody assassinated him. Okay. But that's teaching your kids how to be heartless, especially when you sitting up rapping that stuff. Yeah, did you hear what they said? You don't support it, they're gonna change it up. They're gonna say, we can't say that, because that was a time when people that was dealt with when people did stuff like that. We don't deal with it. We make them more famous, because it ain't nothing cool about going and taking somebody's life. And it was all, y'all, really just about some jealousy. That's all it was about. It was about some jealousy. And I always say the reason that so many bullets was put into that young man, because whoever sent that order told him to make sure he can never make another song about surviving, and it goes viral. You look at 100 shots on YouTube, it's got over about 125 million views. If he had survived this, he would have came back with a song that probably would have got a billion. That couldn't happen because that anger was that jealousy and that anger was already eating up a whole lot of people. And that anger, and that hate and that jealousy has ended their lives, even though it has not manifested in the physical. I can tell you right now, it's already in the future. Just because you don't see things don't mean it ain't happening. They going to jail. It just had not manifested yet. That's already predetermined. You know how I know it's predetermined? Because that same person that I was talking to this morning said we just waiting to get some documentation back. Now, I don't know on what, He said, but we waiting to get some documentation back. We ain't ran into a dead end yet. We just waiting to get some documentation. We're waiting on some documentation. What that means, I don't know. But I do know he gonna get justice. Crime don't pay. At some point, that crime spree ends. But we let people, make this, and I guess that, people try to make you think they happy. But we let people glorify crime to our children, and they ain't got no problem with doing it. There is no way in the world that our children should ever be celebrating and rapping about someone losing their life, whether it's young Dolph or anybody. They shouldn't be doing that. How you know what they got, Space Goon? You don't know how many people are involved. But that's your opinion though. You know, that's your opinion. Jamel says he would have did a billion for sure. Yam says D-Mon, they sure did. Space Goon says the police not asking people for nothing. Okay. Daryl says I got a 7-year-old son and I like rap, but I don't let him listen to rap. Period. Right, because you have to think about when kids and stuff are still, their minds and stuff are still developing, y'all. They're not. A lot of these older people are not mature. They feel like a lot of this stuff. And the first thing that you'll hear a rapper say, when they say, well, you have to be a role model, they'll say, no, it ain't my job to be a role model to your kids. Their parents need to teach them that this stuff that we talk about ain't real. That's what he say. That's what they'll say. Their parents need to teach them that it's not real, but their parents are so screwed up, they can't teach their kids that it's not real. Because they don't understand that it's not really real. They trying to recreate what they hear in the song. That's right. I can't understand how people have allowed rap music to have allowed people to weaponize rap music to destroy our very own community, because that's what has happened. That is what has happened. They've allowed the enemy to weaponize rap music, and then they start to live this stuff out like it's real. A lot of these people that's rapping this stuff, they don't live in these communities. They can't even come back to those communities. Okay, but they'll send destruction back to the communities. They don't want to come back to them. They feel like I only want to come back. You can't. I ain't mad at nobody about that. But don't send destruction back. And that is what has been happening. You can't spin the truth. Justice for Dolph on the way. Absolutely. You can't spin the truth. The truth just cannot be spent. East Memphis Enterprise says hip hop is genocide for our people. I'm about to start jamming. Nothing. You know what? I love the 80s and 90s music. It would be too much like right for all parties involved to be prosecuted. Reality is we just don't live in a fair world. I would be very surprised if they did. This is a web mass of confusion. Okay. Round them up and stand them in. And let me just say this. You have a lot of people, and I think I spoke about this yesterday, Sir Rob. You have a lot of people, and I'm not disagreeing with what you say, but you have a lot of people who don't care a whole lot about their lives. Do I feel like everybody that conspired, and because there's nothing, and instigated will be prosecuted? I don't know. But what I do know is you have a lot of people that feel that somebody else's life Okay, is better. Has more value than their life. Well, I'll go ahead and take that charge because this person, you know, got all of this going on. They will take the charge themselves. They got a family. They got themselves. Nobody wants to be in jail. You know. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you on that, Space Goon. He says the government is paying these artists to keep the beefs and killings going because they know it's causing more black on black, so they can point at us and say we a problem. Well, I can't disagree with you on that because as I've said before, okay, we have to watch the politicians that we elect and put into office, and also I think I said a lot of these people work with these private prisons. Now, with them working with these private prisons, we still have a mind of our own. But what they do is they go to the hood and get dirt poor, a lot of them people, because there are a lot of talented rappers that didn't come from the hood. But they go get people that are really, really oppressed that's willing to do anything. And that's what they do. They do anything because they've had hard living and they go, well, that's who we want. And they continue the destruction and then they keep their private prisons filled. I think I have been saying it. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you so much for the $5. I think I've been saying that. So I don't disagree with you on that, Space Goon. That is a strategy with the private prisons, but also you have to understand a lot of these record heads work with these $1 billion private prison owners, and that's why they are signing these young men. And the thing that upsets me so bad is, you come from the hood and you'll work with a private prison to keep this cycle going. You know what it was like to grow up in the hood and not have nothing, but you'll work with a private prison and go and sign young men that you know that you can send out and instigate beefs, because a lot of this stuff with young Dolph has been instigated. Let's just be honest. It ain't nothing new. Okay? This stuff has been instigated for a very long time by manipulative people. And even if they didn't say go do it, you understand the mentality of a person or of people that want acceptance, that want to be in a circle that comes from nothing. You understand that mentality. So they start doing crazy things. Okay? I'm going to say this, and this is not accusing nobody. Okay? But as I've said before, I can't understand, and I can't understand right now how Black youngster was allowed to put out those videos. Okay? People go, well, that's whatever happened to decency. Okay, we just don't support it. Your career ended. You put out something like that, not because it was young Dolph, but because it was a human being. We teaching our kids doing stuff like this is okay, but as a business person, as a head of a label, because it had to be approved by somebody, how do you allow somebody to put out a video like that? The only thing that I've ever said about Yo Gotti is, why wasn't it stopped? I'm talking about as far as this beef. People can get on here and say all day, every day, well, Yo Gotti never said anything about Dolph. He didn't have to. He had other people to say it for him. He didn't have to. So why wasn't why wasn't there a halt? Why wasn't it stopped? Thank you, Kelly, for the $2, $2.99 super sticker. Why wasn't a halt put on this stuff? Because if Dolph wanted to retaliate on whatever was going on, he could have. He had the funds to do it. Dolph's own people said that they was mad because he would not retaliate. And hey, I know a lot of people say, if allegedly, if it came from that, then maybe it was somebody that he knew and he didn't have anything to do with that. But you have to be realistic. The beef started with Dolph and Yo Gotti. It just ain't no way around it. It didn't start with Dolph and Black Youngster. Okay? And I'm not even talking about Dolph murder. I'm just talking about beefs. It started with Dolph and Yo Gotti. Okay? So my thing is two men that was making money at some point, just like Dolph's people was saying that they wanted to get into it and they wanted to retaliate and Dolph wouldn't let them. That means at least as a record head, he had some type of control over his people. Now I'm going back to that video. As a record head, he had some type of control over his people. Okay? Because I know when people want to be around you, they want to be on your label. You can have control of them. No, you can't bring that type of stuff to my label. That's how I know when people say, well, nah, he just released that video on his own. I can't believe that somebody had to approve that. And so what I'm saying is, why was that allowed to happen? Why is it still happening? Why is it still happening? So people cannot play innocent because people are consistently right. Dolph wouldn't even allow his artists to put discs on records. So why is it still happening? So we got to be when and I'm not saying that Yo Gotti and them had anything to do with this. I don't know. I'm the police are working this case, not me. But if I'm gonna talk about it, I'm gonna be logic. I ain't gonna go pull up. I ain't gonna go say Mia J, and I ain't gonna go say the police and Dolph grandmama. The only person that has not been, and I'm waiting on it, accused are, it seems to me, I've seen a couple people, because if I'm gonna accuse somebody, then I would have to start looking at what's logic. And what seems logic is the young man had a target on his back. Somebody was trying to take him down prior. There's proof that some people was trying to assassinate him before. Okay? There's proof of that. He was shot in LA. Somebody shot up his truck in Carolina, and then they finally took him out in Memphis. So if I was going to start, I would start from that. Who were those people that was trying to take him out before? And just because people beef on records, it don't mean, because I remember a time when rappers beefed all the time, but it was a way it was a way for record sales to be boosted. When it starts going off of that, then that's when the record head is really supposed to step in. And can't nobody tell me that a person on because I have a company. And there are some things that my investigators want to do sometime. And I go, no, we can't, we can't, we ain't gonna be able to do it like that. Okay? Because I can't have no lawsuits. We're gonna have to walk, we're gonna have to slow walk that the long way, but we're gonna still get the same results, but it's gonna be the legal way. Okay? So you can't tell me that a person don't have control. And like I said, I'm not saying that they had anything to do with Dolph's murder. I would never say that. That's not for me to say. But I'm just saying, why is all of this reckless stuff still happening with videos and things of that nature, even in this young man's death? That stuff with the cookie people and them, was it suspicious? You know, yeah, it would seem suspicious, but it may not have any merit to it. Just because you see some, because it seemed like to me that maybe the young man was just, I mean, it could have been they were just trying to promote a smoke shop. That's why you didn't hear me say much about it. Did people start talking about it? They sure did. Started sharing the video, and guess who got the advertisement? The smoke shop. Okay. Okay, he was actually shot in Miami. Okay. Dolph was inside G's wife. That's why the beef wouldn't stop. War 2022, that's what I was thinking. Also, go back to the time when they tried to take him out. Um, who been trying to kill him? He wouldn't tell who was trying to kill him, Harold. He knew. He wouldn't say who tried to kill him. Although some people say they know. I don't know. Um, Carlos says it's been, thank you for the $2, Carlos. It's been many layers to this. Patience. Absolutely. It takes a lot of patience. So people get, like I said, I'm not gonna let people, and people can, send me emails. But just because you send me an email, I'm not gonna throw all types of narratives all over this social media. Like I said, if I had to start looking, since people go, wait, you're an investigator, how come you could say something? Okay, if I was gonna start, I'll start from the beginning. It appears to me that somebody was trying to assassinate him 2 times before. I can't understand how you see somebody try to assassinate him 2 times before, and then you look the other way. No, you run that lead down. Okay, because oftentimes it ain't too far from that. That's why I keep saying it don't appear to me, although I don't know who was behind killing him. But it would appear to me that it wouldn't be that hard, especially if people knew or know who tried to assassinate him a couple times before. And you still have people that are emotional, that are threatening people, that are trying to set folks up. I'll be so glad when some of these folks go to jail. I don't know what to do. Because if you send people up for some money, you deserve a life sentence equally as the people that's putting the bags on it and the crazy folks that's doing it. And some of these folks think if they lure people to their death, then I didn't know. I thought they just wanted to talk. No, these folks are setting folks up, and they know what they're doing, from what I hear. Okay. His brother, what makes you think he's any different? 40-year-old with new school punk ways. He said his haters know who are his haters. You don't make sense. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says Gotti was a person of interest in LA, and youngster turned himself in about the Charlotte. Let that marinate. Wow. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you so much. They tried to kill his cousin, Jay Fizzle, about 5 years ago. They followed Jay Fizzle, blocked him in, and shot him multiple times in his driveway. Wow. I wonder who that was. Y'all, that's why I understand when the people say that this got to stop and they pulling out all stops to make sure it stops. I can understand. I received a phone call the other day, and the person had called me from a dummy number. Okay, when I looked at the number, I knew it was something wrong because my phone will tell me that it was a dummy number. I don't get calls from dummy numbers because I don't. I don't get calls from dummy numbers. So I knew what I knew. And I had somebody sitting right there with me. See, you don't really know what people, and it was a fake area code. But guess what? Whoever was sitting there with me was able to get the location of where it was coming from. That's what I'm talking about. People still think that they are above the law. They still think that they're above the law. And the thing about it is, the vloggers talking about it, it don't change nothing. That's why I say when people out here spinning narratives, it don't stop anything. Trying to change the narrative don't stop nothing because it does not change the investigation. It does not change the investigation. A lot of these people get themselves involved in stuff. Folks are telling them, you call the number. And they get themselves involved in stuff. Okay? That they don't necessarily even have to be involved in. Don't call my number unless you want some investigative work done. I'm going to tell you that right now. That's my business number. And I got all types of security on my phone. I got everything that is to have on that phone because I'm licensed to have it. And my office numbers are transferred to one of my cell phones. Okay. I pay for the best systems. I pay for the best everything. That's why I'm always highly recommended because I have the best. And no Negro will ever try to threaten me or control me. But what they do is they put the people on their trails even more and on their people trail, whoever they are. Some people are so ignorant. They've gotten away with stuff for so long. It's hard for them to just let it go. Most people would duck. Most people will duck. But a lot of people got this idea, like I said, that cocaine and them pills got them thinking they gangsters. And some of these agents, this ain't nothing I heard, this is what I know, said this has got to be some of the dumbest criminals that there ever was. They make it too easy anytime a person can sit at their desk because they too stupid and figure out who you are in a lot of this stuff, especially these terroristic threats. A lot of people don't understand the time in which live, the age of information. It's a lot out here. That's why I know Dolph will get absolutely. Master P said the other day people had fake love for Nipsey Hussle. Interesting, the closest to you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think I've been one of the fairest on here as far as not accusing people. There's a lot of things that I could say, but I don't say it. But rather I say it or not, it still don't change the investigation because the people that did this, I mean, it don't change what the investigators and the federal agents have. Trying to change the narrative don't change what the investigators or the federal agents have. It's just that a lot of people are putting themselves in this situation for some change. I can't understand a lot of these men. They have children, they have families, and they're allowing people to pull them in their mess. They're allowing people to pull them in their mess. And a lot of them are going to have to go away from their families because they loving on another human, another man, more than they love their own family and children. And that's a crying shame. And again, I say, as a CEO, we have a responsibility to hold. No, Gotti has a responsibility to hold his artists responsible. Black Youngster ain't just putting out videos just because he on Heavy Camp. He's still up under CMG. There has to be some decency. There has to be some decency. I'm not saying that they was involved. I'm saying they have a responsibility, and people are not holding them responsible because you're teaching a whole generation. Because regardless of whether we want to say it a lot of these kids don't have no guidance. They just don't, because they parents on a lot of their parents on the same type of stuff that they own. But I would have an issue with allowing somebody to put out something so soulless, so heartless, and then act like, it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. But for those people who say, well, you're an investigator, you ought to have something, you ought to think something. Okay, this is what I think. Like I said, I think if y'all want to know what happened to him, go start trying to figure out, because I don't know who tried to take him out before. Like I said, they say he didn't show up for court. I don't know. But look in that direction. Look in that direction. And then that direction may take you on a journey. Because I just don't believe, and this is just my opinion, I just don't believe it's going to be that far off from that. I just don't believe that. Now, I've heard people say, hey, Snoozer Kate, that they don't think that Cornelius was involved. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I would have to say, because see, I wasn't there. I would have to say, Cornelius, they said, well, I don't think Cornelius knew them. I don't know about that. Because Cornelius lived in that same area that them young men hung out in. Okay. So I don't know about that. But here's my thing. It all goes back to loving yourself more than you love somebody else, right? I sure ain't gonna sit in jail to try to protect nobody else. And they ain't got no problem with me sitting in jail. So I've been charged with a murder. You think I'm getting ready to go through hell with a trial of not knowing what that jury is going to say just to protect another man? What kind of sense does that make? Get into the, hey. But anyways, y'all, like I said, I got on here that I didn't even intend to. It's got to, our community's got to do better. Our community's got to do better. We kind of we don't hold people's feet to the fire. We don't. Hello, Miss Lauren Mitchell. We don't hold people's feet to the fire. Thank you, Kimberly Spencer, my moderator. We kind of let people just skate and do anything that they want to do in our community, and we still support them. So why would they do anything different? The reason these folks still trying to threaten people is because they've been allowed to get away with so much. Now, some people say that they feel like some crooked police officers are involved. Well, they time up. It's too many agencies involved in this. And even whoever was helping them on the street, because I don't know who these new age patrolmen are, but patrolmen just patrol the communities. Okay. It seems they just patrol the communities. They have nothing to do with a investigators. They sure don't have anything to do with the FBI, period. And the FBI, which is TBI, that's the same thing, is on this case too. DJ Smooth says Cornbread is trying to go home. I believe he is cooperating, just speculating. If he didn't do it, he'd need to be. I think something about to happen with Corn. He is out of level and unbothered. You know what? Somebody had said that Cornelius was in the annex, and I had, because I remember the annex. The annex is an area that a lot of, like, the fifth floor is an area that because that's the area, that's the floor that they put Bobby on, CEO Bobby. Now CEO, which was flooring, because CEO Bobby's supposed to be on the fourth floor with the type of bond that he has. But maybe they're either trying to protect him or they could be overcrowded. I don't think they overcrowded. But hey, I ain't mad about that. But the annex was always like a program pod too. So there might be some validity to that. I'm gonna call somebody today, because I haven't worked there in 3 years. But I was trying to remember, because I was thinking, I was like, the annex was always one of those pods too, that they had a lot of the they didn't have no fights or anything like that. I'll never forget though. I had walked down to the annex one day when I was still working there. I never forgot this. And I never walked in that pod again. I was doing something. I don't know what the chief had me doing. I had to go down there and talk to the lieutenant about something. I needed her to sign something for the chief. And I walked inside. I walked inside that pod area, because the annex is very low security, down in that area. And I saw this inmate. He was standing in his pod. The door was closing. I noticed he was standing there. He was standing real close to the window. We used to have to cover our toes up in the jail, because, believe it or not, a lot of inmates, when we would walk through the jail and we had our toes out, like flip-flops and shoes with your toe out or something like that, it got a lot of them aroused. So we could not walk around with our toes, not even a toe out. And I have a lot of heels. I was so upset. But I walked into that pod and I saw that inmate, and I remember saying to the lieutenant, "Why is he standing there that still?" And I think she knew what he was doing. She said, "I don't know. Don't look at him." But he was staring at me, and he was standing up at at that pod door, and he was standing it was almost like he was like paralyzed. I kept looking at him, y'all. He was jacking off. I never went back down there again. But that's one of those pods that it's not real. It's not high security. So if Cornelius is down there, I know, gross. If Cornelius was down there, then it that might be something. I'm gonna call somebody as soon as I get off here to see something. Because if he's down there in that annex area, like I said, I had not looked at that. Yeah, Cadillac, they sick. He was sick. Why would you want to stand there and look at me and do that? And I mean, he was standing just as still. I mean, just up to the door, like, and it got my attention because he had his face up at the glass. from looking at my toes. I'm telling you, that's why they wouldn't let us. He probably did. He might have did. I don't know what kind of charge he had. But I didn't go back down there in those pods no more. I always tell them that I'm coming down there, come outside the pod. You're right, Rob. That's probably what he should have got. But I just got, oh Lord, these folks sick. Men don't realize that life without women is hell. Miss T, I just looked again on the jail website, and he's in. Okay, so he is in JM housing. So JM housing is on the second floor. Where my phone at? I could set it. I don't. Let me see. Let me text somebody. Tell them to call me. If I'm not mistaken, I know where JM housing is. It's on the second floor. It's not. It's not down there where straight dropping them at, because straight drop and them are in lower level. Straight drop is in lower level. It's not protective custody. It's high profile custody. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna see what's. It's high profile custody. These criminals don't have any control. I do believe it's not that far off from those whom tried to. Hold on. That far. I do not believe it's that far from those who tried before. Like you said, that cookie shop daughter is involved. They are now doing business with CMG. Well, DC's king. If they involve, I believe we'll see. Whoever's involved, we're gonna see. A lot of inmates act like they are using the bathroom when a lady does count and catch another charge. I'm telling you, creepy. Yeah, sick. I could never work in a prison. Never. I'm telling you, a lot of people couldn't handle working there. A lot of those jailers, when they first got there, they would quit because it's something. It did something psychological to them when those bars, like when you walk in that jail, you hear. Even when you work there, they have to pop every door. It's pop, boom. I mean, just like the jail bars, the doors and stuff that you go in and out sound just like that. A lot of people psychologically could not handle that. Now, where the jail was in the back of us, but I worked up there in the chief's office, in the head chief's office. So we was always in the front. But the jail was the back door to the office. So I was always able to walk out the back door when I needed to go into the jail. But yeah, it could be something else because they don't have windows or anything like that. People are always, that recycled air. You have a lot of germs and stuff. People are breathing in the same germs. I think that's why a lot of those jailers will get sick. It's not healthy because all of those inmates come into the jail. Like all types of people come into that jail. And I remember when I used to, because before I remember when sometimes you could put in when I would have to look at something, especially when young ladies would call and talk about my boyfriend in the hole or something like that, and I would put in their R&I number. Okay, their R&I number stays with them forever. A lot of times it's a med alert, so they came into the jail sick, and she didn't even know it. I worked PRN in the prison. I quit because the men were talking about the soap that I wash with. Lord have mercy. I used to work at the med, and every time I heard shackles or saw some inmates coming through, I turned in the other direction. Yeah, because a lot of them been in there forever, and they tired of messing. They tired of messing with the men. Tamara, since you love New York, you could have taken the correction exam, girl. They make money. Ooh, I love New York, but I've heard about Island. Yeah, I've heard about Rikers Island. Thank you, Kimberly. But yeah, y'all, like I said, I spoke with um I'm gonna check that out with Cornelius because if he's down there in the annex, that's that's something because Cornelius is supposed to have the same levels because both of them are in there on a high profile case. So you would think that they would be protecting both of them. But it makes you wonder. I wonder what because you got CEO Bobby that's in there, and you probably got some more people that are in there that we don't know about. They may have they may have looked at him as the least risk and put him in annex because they have to keep all of them separated. So that is something weird about that because down there where straight drop is, there are several cells, but they don't have to see each other. You know what I mean? They don't they would have them separated in different cells where they couldn't talk to each other. They couldn't hear each other, but that's where they put the high profile people. So why would they put Cornelius up there unless maybe there are some more people that levels are higher and is a more risk, more more of a risk that we don't know about as it relates to this case. And Cornelius is less of a risk. I don't know. I'm gonna see though. A man better not ever ask me what kind of soap I bathe with. Yeah, you have a lot of men in there that especially when you start going up there towards that fourth floor, those are inmates that know that they're never going to get out again. So they didn't even have anything to lose at all. They going straight over there to that they know they going to the penitentiary. They waiting on their trial. They already know they did what they did. They got a lot of evidence. So that fourth floor ain't nothing nice. Yeah. But anyways, you guys, that's what I got on here to talk about. I got on here to talk about that. Um, like I said, I know I'm not gonna be able to get on tonight because I'll be on a case. We'll be on a case late tonight. But when I heard him say that we have not ran into a dead end yet, that lets me know that everything is checking out, y'all, with this young Dolph's case. And that makes me happy, you know. That makes me happy. Y'all hold on 1 second. My phone ringing. Hold on. Okay, y'all, I'm back. Hmm. Y'all, it might be something going on. Um, because somebody just told me Cornelius is not looked at as a high risk at this point. That's weird. That's definitely weird, but they're not the investigators. That's weird. Um, anyways, thank you, Carlos. I'm always safe. They didn't even ask about the soap. Yeah. They probably used to smell milk funk. Listening from New York, just trucking. Thank you. 2 Chain 6. So y'all, that is a little weird. But like I said, I'm not going to speculate. And the reason I say that is because you have to think about with the jailers. If they say, if their lieutenants come to them and say, or call them and say, move inmate Smith or whatever his they go by their booking numbers. That's all they can do. He's no, they're not going to get into everything of why. They just, and in order for him to be moved, that had to come from the top. They couldn't move Cornelius unless the chiefs told them to. The lieutenants can't move him unless the chiefs tell them to. And at one point, I do know that they were he like only special forces, the special task force could go around them, period. But anyways, that's interesting, but I'm not gonna speculate. I don't know. I definitely am. Lady Diva says no dead ends means the wheels of justice are turning. Absolutely, Lady Diva. That's exactly how I took it. When he said we haven't ran into a dead end yet, he said we're just waiting for some paperwork to come back. I didn't ask him what kind of paperwork they're waiting for to come back. I don't know what kind of paperwork. But if we're all praying, hopefully, they trying to they're going. I'm sure that it will probably have to be something from the district attorney. I don't want to speculate on what, but hopefully some more. I told y'all now, it was a lady that works over there in that district attorney's office that came that's running for a position. And I asked her myself, this was 2 months back, about, when she told me where she worked at, and she's running for a position. As I told you, I do a lot of commercials. I cut commercials for a lot of these politicians, right? Especially when they run for office. And her and her husband came over there. And my dad has a radio show too. And so she was, well, a lot of people have been on his radio show. And a lot of people in the district attorney's office is running. So that means nothing. And anyways, I asked her about that because it had just happened. It must have been in January because it was still kind of new. And I said, so you know about those indictments, about with those people involved with young Dolph? And she said, yeah. And her husband said, and the funny thing is, it's some more rappers get ready to be indicted. And she said, be quiet. So I don't know what rappers there are because, every day, everybody call themselves a rapper. Even rappers we never even heard of. But I remember her husband said that. He didn't say what rappers or anything like that. He just said that. Like I said, when she told me her position, I knew that the indictments came through her office because they prepare them. Okay? So that's what made me say that. And it's a lot of people that work over there. Okay. And like I said, everybody at the district attorney's office is running for something, to include the district attorney, because she's rerunning for her position. This is a political season. This is the Shelby County. The Shelby County races are right now. And then next year you have the city election, which means, and I think everybody in the city has capped out. In Memphis, positions are termed except for the judges' positions. All the other positions are termed out, and everybody is termed out except for those judges because they don't term out. They can run for as many times as they get elected. But I do know that the district attorney, this is her last time. She can run one more time. She's running right now. As far as a lot of those commissioners and stuff, a lot of them are termed out. A lot of people running for those clerk positions. I think next year, I know for a fact next year, everybody in the city is termed out. The mayor can't run no more when his term is up next January. That's it. He can't run. He couldn't run if he wanted to because he's already did 2 terms. And so I think, and I'm not saying this is true, but this is just what I think. What you see with the young lady with the police chief, it seems kind of strange. I'm not accusing the mayor of anything, even though I don't, particularly care for him. Because I feel like all of this stuff was engineered when he was the city council. They started taking a lot of the mayor is a lawyer by profession. Okay. So I think they started taking a lot of the benefits of the law enforcement officers because most mayors take care of their law enforcement. They take care of them because so that they can have good morale, you get good officers and they take care of the community. With this mayor, before he was ever mayor, he was city council. I screamed on every rooftop on my TV show, but he was able to buy out a lot of preachers and a lot of, I'm talking about black preachers, and and he was able to swindle a lot of black people. And what they did when he was city council member, he started approving for them to take away a lot of the benefits of the police officers, and a lot of them started going to different agencies, especially in Texas. Texas, the police departments in Texas, whenever there was I went through the Memphis Police Academy, so I know they have one of the best academies out there. Very stellar. They put a lot of money into their recruits, and whenever a class will graduate, Texas, especially Dallas and Austin, I believe, would set up a recruitment in one of these hotels. And because the officers had just went through the academy, they didn't even have to. They would take a lot of our officers. So basically, Memphis was spending all of that money on a recruit for Texas to get them because Texas insurance was better, their pay was better, especially after Memphis took their benefits. And that's something that our mayor did. He strategically started taking the benefits of our police officers so that for number one, I believe it was a strategy. There's no proof. I just believe it. Number one, so police officers could quit so that they could be disgruntled and crime could go up. Crime pays. Okay. So I feel like with this police chief that we have, with all of the mishaps, and they could just be coincidences. I don't know. Either one or two things happening. Either because I do know what she did was she ended up bringing in two people from out of town. Yeah, Catalina, Texas was super in again. She ended up bringing in two people from out of town to work next to her, right? That was not from Memphis. Either they have a plan, they're coming up with a plan that is not conducive to what some of these crooked folks want. Because like I said, when people talk about, well, the city officials had wanted Dolph gone because of the crime. Now crime, they like crime because crime pays for them. You have to understand a lot of these city officials are lawyers. So I mean, they even though they sit on these, the commissioners and the city councils, they only get paid like 30 grand a year. So you have to wonder why they run for these jobs. It's just for the power and the connections, because most of them are already making boohoo's of money because they're lawyers and stuff. So I think one or two things have happened. Either they got a plan together to really clean up some crime, and some people are secretly mad because crime pays, or they want to scare her to leave because the mayor is going to be gone in January anyways, and he want to put somebody there He want to scare her off and put somebody there that he wants there, that he probably owes a favor to before he leaves. I don't know if that's true. That's just a theory of mine. Okay, that's what I think. If people saying, well, he was on the news taking up for her. That's what these people do. They smile in your face and cut you in your back. And it's so easy to swindle black people because black people are so jealous of each other. I was looking at an interview that Tupac did. Black people don't know how to work together. They get jealous of each other, start trying to discredit the other person. They can't even focus on we can't even focus on fixing some things because we start getting jealous. Oh, her numbers going up. Oh, this and that. They want to start trying to compete. I'm not in competition with anybody, not on here. I'm not. But I think that is our issue. That's why we cannot get ahead. I was looking at Tupac, an interview Tupac did with somebody. He said when he was shot, he was just in shock that another brother would try to take his life. He said I was in shock that another he said I was taught about the brotherhood. I was just in shock that another brother would try and take me out. But like Hakia was saying earlier, it's so many people full of that witchcraft. It's if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm gonna try and discredit you. I'm gonna try to take you out. Okay, I'm gonna try to intimidate you. They do. That's exactly what is happening in our community. Like I said, like that crabs in a barrel mentality. A lot of the energy that we put into hating each other, especially if we say we truly want justice for Dolph and we want regardless, because some there are some people like the people in that a lot of the people in that area, they know exactly what has happened. I never said that they didn't. I believe that they do. Okay. But if we put a lot of energy, a lot of that energy that we used to hate on each other into speaking some positivity and speaking some stuff into existence to make sure that the authorities who actually are going to be the ones, nobody else can bring justice to Dolph other than the authorities. We can't go out there and arrest the rest of the people that was involved in this. It would take the police. We just can't do it. So the hate that we spew, we need to be sending positivity towards them. Whereas, because people, if they knew, I hear people say, I know how powerful I am. Evidently, you don't. Because if we started sending and speaking some stuff into the atmosphere, even if there are some crooked police officers, they sure couldn't do wrong. Because these are going to have to be the ones, and these federal agents are going to have to be the people to go and bring justice for Dolph. They got to be the ones. And I know I truly want it for him. Whoever it is that's left out on the street, I want them off of the street. Carlos says, Tamara, the streets of Brooklyn know what happened to Pac in that elevator and know who did it too. Wow. The streets always know. Hello, TLO. Let's see. Miss Laura says, I hope some new people get elected that have a heart for the city because Memphis is out of control. For real, for real. They done robbed the Timberwolves staff after the Grizzlies playoff games. Not a good look. Oh my God, sure not. Like I said, you have to be real careful when you start electing these lawyers, and not all lawyers, because I do a lot of work for lawyers. So I know how they think too. But when they you can't pay a lot of these lawyers to get into politics because they say, what in the hell I'm gonna do that for? Being in politics don't pay. Anytime you talking about them lawyers that's making $2,000 and $3,000 an hour, you gonna leave that to go to politics to make what $80,000-$90,000 a year? That's no money to them. That's a lawyer that's failing. So you have to watch these lawyers when we start electing people and putting them into office, and they want to get into like the mayor that we have, they want to start getting into politics because when he can't run no more. So his law firm is still open. His partner is still running that law firm. So guess what he gonna do? He gonna go right on back over there to being a lawyer in his law firm. That's why I say a lot of times these politicians, they get into office to secretly change laws and things of that nature. And we're so busy fighting with each other and hating on each other and being crabs in a bucket. We don't watch what they do. Just like the human trafficking. There's no reason why human trafficking should be out of control like it is. But one of the reasons that it is out of control is because we don't pay attention to the politicians that we elect. And a lot of them are pedophiles. A lot of them are working with people to help to this human trafficking ring. You know, Cadillac says, while they say bump that politic mess, community is heart and power of rebuild. That's right. That's why I appreciate your page commentary and honesty. Thank you, Kimberly. So y'all, a lot of this stuff that's going on, we have the power. I know I was kind of all over the place, but I'm gonna go back to what I started off on when I was talking about Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti is the CEO of his label, and he's got quite a few artists up under his label. He's got the power to stop a lot of what's going on as far as putting out these videos that's teaching destruction in his very own community, because he's a part of the Black community. I don't care how much money he has. It's teaching destruction. And there is a responsibility. When people help to make you rich, the Black community helped to make him rich. Them folks wouldn't have gave him no advances if the Black folks weren't listening to him. If they didn't think the Black people was going to get out and come and see his concerts, they wouldn't have put no money behind him. So it's his very own community that he's being reckless with that made him rich. So there is a responsibility. There is a responsibility. Okay? There is a responsibility, and we have to hold people accountable. And the way that we control that is we don't support them. I told y'all what that Jewish man said that day I was out there working traffic. He said, we pull our resources back. We pull our resources back. We don't allow our kids to support anything or anyone that's teaching darkness and evilness and destroying our communities. And if you had it so hard, why in the world? I think about Dolph. Dolph said the reason he gave so much in the hood was because he wished somebody would have did that for him. He wish somebody would have just stopped, because they were so poor. He wanted some stuff so bad. He used to be walking and just daydreaming and praying that one of the big dogs was roll up on him and just throw him off a few dollars. So that's why he gave back. So that means he talked about how he was dirt poor. So you mean to tell me we letting people have excuses of they was hungry, they had it hard, they this and they that to get money and then send destruction back? We giving them a pass because of how hard they had it? No, we can't give passes out. And I don't think there are going to be any passes given out. I truly believe that these people got this Dolph's case so airtight on a lot of these folks that even if somebody wanted to take the whole charge, they wouldn't even be able to do it. Because people have a habit of thinking people are more important than them, and they'll go do 25, 30 years away from their family because they feel like somebody else got too much going on. They don't even think enough of themselves. Thank you, Irvin Mack. Alvarez says Dolph Death has separated family and friends outside of Memphis. I believe that. It's a lot of separation that's still going on now. And it's all because of how reckless, you know. I still think that there are a lot of things that's happening in Dolph's, you know. I think this situation kind of opened up a can of worm. I'm talking about in my eyes at this point of how evil people can be. You have people that are in the industry that would not even say rest in peace, young Dolph. Or well, I don't choose sides. What the hell you mean? I wouldn't care who's involved. I I want some justice. Whoever involved, they got to go down. I wouldn't care if there was a celebrity or not. See, that's what I'm talking about. People have gotten away from what's right. They don't care about what's right. No morals at all. And that's because they, are not being held accountable and people are consistently supporting them. Thank you, Demon. I appreciate that so much. Yes, y'all, please hit the like button. Y'all, please hit the like button. Thank you, Ladybug. Um, who's that says, so what do you think about Yo Gotti saying a black youngster is his own boss? I kind of think, that was a way for him. I think that was a way for him to kind of put a pacifier. If you want me to be honest, and it's just in my opinion, I think he was trying to confuse the people. I think he was kind of trying to lead people to believe that maybe Black Youngster was not on CMG. He wanted to kind of disassociate himself, all while putting a pacifier in Black Youngster's mouth by saying, I said something positive about you. You're a boss. See, if y'all want me to be real, I kind of feel like, and I don't like to y'all notice I don't really say a whole lot about Black Youngster. And I'm gonna tell you why I don't. Because I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't say a whole lot about Black Youngster because Black Youngster's cousin is one of his cousins is my best friend, right? And she might be in here right now. She kind of come in here all the time, and I know I have cousins and stuff that's in the street. Although, like I've told her, I don't stop anybody else from saying what they want to say in this room. But that's we've been friends since I was 5 years old. She she don't believe that her cousin had anything to do with. Thank you, Miss Richardson. She don't feel like her cousin had anything to do with Dolph's death. I'm not saying that he did. But of course somebody's cousin would think that. But because we've been friends since I was 5 years old, and because of how she feels about her cousin, I be respectful for as far as me. Okay. But that's what I think. Okay. That's what I think. I believe, and this is just my opinion, I believe that even though Black Youngster has, grew up in the hood, because see, if you look at some of, I know Black Youngster older uns. I knew some of Black Youngster's cousins before he was ever even born, and how tragically they were killed, from all over there in the Foots homes and stuff. Okay. I knew his mother when she was little because we used to play together. I'm not gonna say her name, but he looks just like his mom. He smiles. He smiles just like his mother. They got the same smile that she had when she was about 10 years old, 11 years old, because I hadn't seen her since she was 12. But in my opinion, I feel like he he was easy, even though he's been in the street. I feel like because he came from where he came from, you know, it was easy. I believe people kind of was, manipulated him. I'm not excusing nothing. And I'm not saying he did anything, but I kind of, that's what I believe. And I believe, look at me constantly talking about what I believe. And this is just what I believe, honestly. I feel like that he was put out front. Um, when I talk about those videos, there's no way that I would ever believe that those reckless videos were able to be put out without his CEO knowing that. Okay. I would never believe that. And I believe that he was put out front to for all eyes to be on him because it might be in somebody's plan for him if they are involved in this. I don't know if they are, for him to take the fall. That's just how, looking at it as an investigator, that's kind of, and I don't think I'm the only investigator that sees it like that, or person. I think, if somebody has to take the fall, if there has to be some anger spewed, we're gonna play like we supporting you, but all the time we pushing you, we putting you out front to take that, because you think about, you take somebody down as big as Dolph, and I'm not saying that they did. I'm just saying you hear people say that. If nothing else, you've heard people say that they allegedly, that they feel like maybe they was involved. We don't know. We're not the investigators. But if you know that people are looking at your people like that, you don't allow, especially if you care about your artist, you just don't allow them to do reckless things of that nature, especially when you know in a time where folks are always feeling like they got to get their lick back. You're putting him in a line of fire. Let's just say, because we don't know if they were involved, but let's just say that they weren't. We don't know though. Why would you allow that to happen? You putting him out there to get knocked off, right? You putting him out there for all of that hate and that energy to be spewed in his direction. It's something wrong with that. That's why I say, see, I'm a little older. I'm in my early 40s. I'm a little older than youngster. And then I'm an investigator. So, I'm always gonna see things. That's why I don't comment on a lot of stuff. But just because I don't comment on it don't mean I don't recognize it now. But that just don't look right to me. I'm not excusing nothing that youngster has done, because youngster is a grown man. That putting those videos out are absolutely wrong on so many levels. But why? If you somebody supposed to be somebody's big dog, you supposed to be trying to guide them right. And then you don't let them do nothing, put their lives in danger, because as big as this situation is, and Dolph got some street dudes that's riding for him. Somebody gonna at some point gonna get real angry and get their lick back. I feel sorry for them federal agents and these investigators that are out there that's working this around the clock, trying to keep people from trying to save some lives. So when you have people picking at folks like this, and it's tasteless. This boy got family, he's got fans, and he's got friends, and he's got artists that loves him. When you do stuff like that, people sometimes they can't control their emotions. So why let him consistently do that, especially if y'all weren't involved, and put him out there like that? Because who they gonna come at? If somebody get mad, you even got fans that arrive for Dolph. Who they gonna get mad and come at? So I've always said now, just in my opinion, that could be looked at as a little bit of a betrayal. Okay. But sometimes, but that's when I say people are blindly loyal, that's what I'm talking about. But see, I can see it because I've seen it for over 20 years. I've worked for the police department and I'm an investigator. So I know what I see. I know what I know. I know the types of games that people play on their very own people. And I'm not saying that he's playing games on him. I'm just saying it don't look good. It don't look right. Alvarez says the haters are definitely in here. Rest in peace, young Doc BY took on a beef that wasn't right. It wasn't even his beef. And that's another thing. When you care about somebody, you don't allow them to take on your beef. Just like you ain't gonna send your sister or your brother out or your children out to go and do no hits. You don't let people take on your beefs because you care about them. You understand, especially in this day and time, what it could result in, what it could end in. That's all I'm saying. You know, that's right. So you don't let nobody get in your beef. You don't send them out to do, you don't allow them to do diss tracks. You the CEO, you say it stops right here. No, we ain't gonna respond to that, and then it fizzles out. When you don't respond to stuff, it fizzles out. Just like they said, Dolph didn't let his folks respond to nothing. I heard them say that Dolph's people was mad at him because he wouldn't let them respond in any diss tracks or anything like that. Okay. So when you care about people, you don't put them in anything that could result or let them do anything that could result in a bloodbath or anything like that. You just don't. You just don't let it go that far. So, like I said, in my eyes, that could be looked at as somewhat as a betrayal. But unfortunately, as I was saying earlier, when people come from nothing, and somebody give them a little money to live out something that they never had before, they feel like they owe that person their world. Okay, when there's a price to pay later on and they can't even see it, because people don't put you in their mess. People don't put you in their mess. I think about the lady, the Kamisha White lady. I don't know. I didn't look into that. I've seen some things that they say she wrote, but I would hate to believe as a mother that this young lady would put set somebody else's child up, especially if she's lost two of her very own. I would hate to believe that she would, knowing, because losing, I couldn't imagine what she's going through, losing both of your babies. I would hate to believe that she would set up somebody else's child or encourage, not only that, set up somebody else's child, but encourage other people's children to go and commit such a heinous act, ultimately ruining their lives because they got to go away. As another woman, I don't, because women, we're supposed to be maternal. We're the givers of life, and we're supposed to be the protectors of the youth. I have a hard time digesting that. especially since she know exactly what it's like. I just I've never been able to really deal with that. Um, Rest in peace, Young Dolph says this how it happened. They sent shots at Jay Fizzle. Round time, they sent shots at Dolph in Charlotte. Around the time they sent shots of Dolph in Charlotte. Then Kenny Money got hit up in Atlanta. Wait a minute, that thing moving too fast. A year after Dolph's second shooting. Lord have mercy. Dolph had real love for his guys. I agree, Demon. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says, I saw his dissing Dolph at Monica J. After Dolph put him on. I don't respect him either no more. And I was holding it back. Nah, bad. Got Kenny Money brother hit. Wow. Yeah, I've always said, and it don't mean nothing. Laura Williams says that's the point, Tamara. Them OGs get the YBs, the young boys to do their dirt work because the young boys want the money and fame, but they have a price to pay. There's a price to pay. There's a price to pay. Like I said, I grew up around black youngsters, cousin, and her mother's immediate, fam, around some of his cousins that was tragically killed before he was ever even born. And it has been a repetitive it has been repetitive down through his family line. I do know that for a fact. But black youngsters come from a history of the older women, because a lot of them have passed away. My friend's mom is still alive because my mother, and I gotta, I'm a, anyways. But it has been a history of tragic deaths down through that bloodline. Okay, I do know that with the young people. But he come from a history of older women that truly believed in God. I do know that. And you're right. These OGs put these young boys up to do their dirt, and then they laugh about it. I'll send that young fool out to go. He'll crash dummy. I'll send him out to murk you or whatever they say, and laugh about it. He too coward to go handle his own work, because when you got an issue, like I don't respect. I'm not promoting violence, but I have more respect for a man when he got a problem. Him and a man get into it, they throw them hands and they go ahead fight it out instead of going to get them guns. Okay, because I grew up in the era like that. When we had issues, we fought. When we had issues, we handled it. I grew up in the hood. You don't step in my space. If you step in my face, I'm gonna push you. And even now, I don't let people get. I tell, don't don't walk up on me in an aggressive way, because even growing up, and a lot of people that grew up in the hood, you walk up on me in an aggressive way, I'm gonna push you. But we fought, so we didn't have no, when we had issues, and I'm not saying it's right, but we fought. And then because I lost some fights, because I was real strong growing up. I lost some, but I didn't back down from none. So I lost some. I'm going back around there on the other side of the projects where she outside playing. I walk, okay, we gonna you won that one. We gonna fight again. Okay, this time I won this one. You ready to go play hopscotch? But the problem is too many people are emotionally unstable. Because after the playing field was even, you won one, I won one. Let's go play with the Barbie dolls. Okay? Because now I ain't got the side eye you because you beat my butt. We even. That's what we called it. Okay, we even. You won one, I won one. Let's go play hopscotch. But a lot of these folks now are just cowards. And a lot of these OGs that's sending these young boys out grew up in the same era that I grew up in. where if you had an issue, you just threw them hands. But you live to see another day. Too many people are afraid of getting their butt whooped. Okay. If you ain't gonna let it go, then you just go ahead and fight it out and go and go to jail with busted up noses and stuff. But then you get out and you live to see another day. Because oftentimes when people see you don't fear them, they'll go on about they ain't gonna mess with you no more anyways. You know. But now the first thing a person does when they get not when they when it, you don't even have to it don't even have to be an altercation where it's almost a fight. When people get mad, I've seen where a young lady was and she was like a DJ, very beautiful chocolate girl, was killed because a young here in Memphis because a young man tried to talk to her and she rejected him and he shot her in the head. There are so many people that are there are so many these young kids are emotionally unstable. OGs, old goons. That's right, old goons. This is a different world because the real OGs, they just handle business. They carry themselves a little differently. They handle themselves differently. They protected their communities. They protected the children within the communities. It was OGs all over the projects that I lived in. And we could walk anywhere because guess what? They weren't going to bother us and they weren't going to let nobody else bother us. They weren't going to let anybody else bother us. So things are different now, you know. Yeah, y'all drop the dog symbols. It says drop the dog symbol. Yeah, Straight Drop got on there and somebody had given Straight Drop a false sense of security. Let me tell you something. Right after that situation happened with Dolph, I saw Straight Drop's eyes because Straight Drop is the exact same age as my child. So he could have easily, they're months apart. So he could have easily been my baby. Okay. I saw his eyes. Whereas when he got on that live and he saw that people knew what he did, there was some fear that came up in him. That's why he started drinking and some more stuff. The people knew that he had did it, especially the people in their community. I truly believe that Straight Drop would have laid low, but somebody told Straight Drop, okay, somebody gave him a false sense of security because even though he went and did the dirty work for somebody, he let somebody pay him because he was paid. Because people knew what had happened, people wanted to duck early on and push certain people out there to take the focus off of them and put eyes on certain people. That's a person, that's a narcissist that don't care about nobody. Okay. That's why I say, you can't have a bunch of investigators and agents that are emotional. You have to just sit back and watch people. And these people have had months. Dolph was assassinated back in November. They've had months to witness a lot of things. They've had months to witness a lot of things. I catch the subliminals you be dropping, T, so I know you know more than what you say. When I hear you say the investigators know, I'm glad to know business is being handled and justice will be served. Justice will absolutely be served. That's for sure. Justice delayed is not justice denied. When you go out and you do commit crimes, If you supposed to be a G, everybody talk about they a G. If you go out and you do dirt, G's back in the day, they would say, you know, hey, I'm caught. So I got to go do my bid. These folks say they G's, but they constantly gassing folks up to try to intimidate people and put hits on people. Y'all, I can't get past the hits. I just, that's something. Somebody was talking to me about that the other day. That's just something I'm having a hard time digesting. People taking money to take folks' lives and set them up. Some of these people are serial killers. Okay, people, it's it's a sad thing. Um, Rest in peace, young Dolph. Him and his whole crew went out like crash dummies after Dolph's death. Is sad. Susan Cake says, who and where is Straight Drop's parents? Nobody has said anything about Straight Drops, um, uh, haven't seen them. But who's to say what's gonna happen when the trial happens? But it you have not seen a support system at all, Snoozy Cake. I'm with you on that. Kimberly says, yes, Uncle Ben was wearing blue and white the very next, yeah. So when you do wrong, the OGs back in the day when they did wrong, they would say the folks, they caught me. I just gotta go do my time. That's what G's do. They go, first of all, you don't just go, you don't send people out to do your dirt. And then I can't understand some of these men now. They let people put them up to do their dirty work, something that's going to have them away from their children and their families for the rest of their lives. Rest in peace, young Dolph says, right now they not saying nothing, but after Dolph death, it was all fun and games. And Monica J, everyone wanted to make songs about it. I saw the slick shots that's why I can't wait to run into one. It's a sad thing. It's a sad thing. There's no way in the world. It just proves that whoever did this, y'all, has such a deep hate for young Dolph that even in his death, they are still trying to slander him, slander his family, piss on his legacy. I think one of the reasons why I want to see his artists, I look at his artists, and as a mother, I have to watch myself because I get a little emotional as a mother. Because I felt something just then. Because I think about how, when I was growing up in the hood, and I can resonate. That resonates with me when Dolph said he used to just want somebody to just one of the big dogs because he didn't have nothing to just pull up, just drive by and just have a heart that day and just pull up and throw him some money. That's why he did it. But I think one of the reasons that I want to see Pre win so bad is because I see a bunch of young men that are in the street that have a talent that Dolph was trying to nurture and was teaching the game and was gonna make them millionaires. I think he was doing it one at a time. People talk about Key Glock, but I think Key Glock was one of the first ones that he was able to pour all into. Because I heard him say in an interview, he liked to pour all into his artists individually. So I believe he was going to do it one by one. And people saw the talent. You see that roster. Those young men are young. These boys are the same age as my babies, as my children. So for people to take that young man out and then turn around and make fun of his artists and say they ain't got nothing going when they just abruptly assassinated this man, and people were so jealous, not only of Dolph, but of the talent that they saw that he was nurturing. They knew that those young men was going to be a force to be reckoned with, every one of them. They all got a different sound. They're all very talented. And people, that was one of the reasons why people wanted Dolph out of here. Because they knew, just like he worked the pavement on himself, he was equally going to put that into each and every one of his artists and teach them the independent game. And they all got different sounds. They all got different talents. And now, to hear people say, you have to, that's why I say I always watch what, I pay very close attention to what people say when they say, well, they ain't doing nothing now. These folks just lost their CEO. He was just abruptly taken out of here. And one of the reasons I feel that he was taken out is because they knew that he was getting ready to be a record label to be reckoned with. They saw all that different talent. Not now one of his artists sound the same. That young man was smart. So you get tired of hearing one sound, he got another artist. Each and every one of them got a different sound. Moochie Grape, Snoop Bands, Key Glock. You just go listen to the other one. And it didn't sound like you was hearing the same thing. Other people knew that. So I want to see them win. I want to see every one of them win. Because they got it in them to win. Okay? They got it in them to win. He did. He said, my artists got to look at themselves as kings, as a king. And that's why when people say, I'm talking about, he called himself the king. I can't believe old, crusty, rusty men sit up and say, well, they said he should not have called himself the king. He can call himself what he wants to. Just because they don't think a whole lot of themselves don't mean that Dolph wasn't supposed to think a lot of himself. Nobody had no issue with Elvis calling himself the king. People digest that. Well, they had said Elvis was the king. They're not disputing that. But because this young man says, I'm a king, he said, I'm a king, Daddy-O is a king, Jay Fizzle as a king, all of the people around me have to carry themselves and look at themselves as a king. He didn't say the king, he said a king, which means there's room for plenty more kings. Okay? But people were so jealous. They try to justify anything, any issue that there may have been because of their jealousy. There's nothing wrong with that young man thinking that he was royalty. If you don't think nothing of yourself, nobody else sure won't. Okay, nobody else sure won't. And that's why I don't buy into all that stuff when they say, well, he should not have signed. He should not have signed it. You could tell somebody that don't know anything about business, somebody that's already jealous, that's trying to justify his murder. He should not have signed it. Did. They ops. That's a businessman. You don't get mad when Google over there hiring all them girls that's in different gangs that don't like each other, all them dudes in different. You don't get mad at Google, but you get mad at Dolph because he was signed in talent. People that know business know that, but they was influencing and sending out other folks. Right, he had already made Key Glock a millionaire. I think all Dolph artists got at least 500 to a million, and Key got about 10 million himself. He said that in his latest interview, pre an independent company. Right. When they asked, I saw that when they asked Key Glock, they said that Google says or whatever that you worth about $1 million or $2 million. And they said if that's true, he said no, they need to add about 8 million more. So you're right, he is worth about $10 million. But then when he said that, I said, Lord have mercy, that's really gonna make folks hate him now, because in our community, we hate to see people We hate to see people be successful. We hate to see people be successful. And we got to stop that. Like I said, that crabs in a barrel mentality is almost like it's like a generational curse, because you see people get on here, and YouTube ain't paying nothing but pennies, but people get on here and get jealous of other people, and they start going after their credibility. They start trying to compete with them. Well, I don't compete for pennies. I'm not crawling into no buckets. Instead of, when you put your heart in something and you do it for the right reason, you ain't got to compete no ways. You know why? Because God gonna make sure that it's gonna be whatever it's gonna be. When you in it for the right reasons, you don't have time to watch other people's numbers or watch the love that they getting or not getting, because you too busy on your journey. Um, Rest in peace, young Dolph says, and I know that you can throw that big unk junk away. That man beat that D Money case, and Fabo Gold can throw that key Glock and key money junk away. Yeah. Fabo Gold incriminated himself. So I think he probably need to, he threatened Key Glock over the internet. If Key Glock was to do, Key Glock don't need to take that lightly either. Monica says, Jay-Z said it best. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. That's right. The whole pre gonna flourish. They got Dolph looking absolutely, Monica. I agree. I agree. I believe that they're going to flourish. They do have the whole pre. I mean, they Dolph. You know, like I said, you take somebody. That's like the ultimate thing when you sit up and you kill somebody. That's just evil on so many levels. How can you be that emotionally messed up that you take somebody's life and then you let somebody have you to go take somebody's life? That's a sick individual. But then not only did they take his life, they try to mess over his legacy. It's a sad thing that jealousy runs so deep. So, and the first thing that happens when a lot of these people that's get ready to go to jail for the rest of their life, they go, well, they just try to take down a black man. No, you took yourself down when you was out destroying your community. Well, I'm a father. Well, you should have thought about Dolph was a father. You should have thought about that when you was out there taking money for hits. And then I've heard some people say, well, when they've been convicted of hits and things of that nature, well, I did it to feed my family. There was a judge that said it best. Well, you sentence him, you give him that life sentence and let him know you can never feed your family again. Now, because you're gonna be in jail for the rest of your life. So what good did it do to go and take some money for a hit? Your children would never see you on the outside, all because of another man. I can't understand people having more loyalty to these men than they do their own families. What about your mothers? Even if you ain't got children, what about your mothers? Do you actually think somebody that's paying you for a hit with your dumb ass care more about you than your mama? And I put a lot of emphasis on these hits because it's getting ready to be some people to go. I'm not playing away for a long time for taking money for hits. And it ain't got nothing to do with no vloggers. It's got everything to do with them. I'll just put it like that. Right, he previewed his song saying he might just catch Key at his show. Made me think if something happened to Key, he did it. Yeah. Key Glock need to put that on paper. I know in this day and time they saying you're supposed to have more loyalty to the people who threatening your life Thank you, Genova. You're supposed to have more. I guess they're saying you're supposed to have more loyalty to somebody who threatened your life than you do to yourself. I don't think so. I think you need to put some papers on that Negro. I was getting ready to talk about earlier, and then I got sidetracked about when Straight Drop was on the run. Somebody had brought up Moneybag Yo. I would hope that Moneybag Yo didn't have anything to do with this. Moneybag Yo is very talented. Hell, I even like some of his stuff. I like his sound. But if Moneybag Yo is involved in this, Moneybag Yo is not gonna get away. Okay. I always said, since people want my opinion, I always said that I I found it weird because, as I said, somebody had told me that Straight Drop and Shondell gave two different stories when they was caught about where they was going. Now, folks can say what they want to about Shondell. I don't really think that Shondell is on the run, but I don't know. I always thought that that was funny. I kind of think that he might be in protective custody, but I don't know. I do know that's just what I think. Okay. But I always found it weird that they was in the Indiana area, you know. Um why not so they was going north. We know that. They was going north. So out of all the places to stop at a hotel in, you stop at a hotel in Indiana. And I believe they stopped at their hotel because they had gotten to the state that they had wanted to get to. All I'm gonna say is I felt like Indiana was their destination, not that city. I think they felt like because my cousin, who is a lieutenant at the Indianapolis Police Department, had told me that Brazil, Indiana, is a city there are no black people in. Period. Okay, so he they stopped there to rest, and of course I don't know what went on with that. I don't know because Brazil, Indiana, and where my cousin is a lieutenant, is a police at, is I think Indianapolis might be an hour from Brazil, right? But when I talked to my cousin, and when I called him to talk to him, I just called to ask him because they're in the state of Indiana, who dropped the ball. And he had no idea that Shondell had even been mistakenly released. He said, "What the?" He said, "He released. We ain't got no bolos. I ain't gave no. Normally we get a. They ain't sent out nothing throughout the state of Indiana so that we can give out to our officers. They have to have something." Because most of the time when there are fugitives, they're in, especially in that state. He was just in shock. They were not even notified that he was mistakenly let out. Now, who told my cousin told me that they was at a hotel in Brazil and they got notification. Somebody there got a notification. They got a drop that they was there. And they waited for them to come out the hotel and followed them up there to the gas station, which was a gas station and a truck stop. And that's where they was arrested at. I always found that weird. I could be off. My cousin didn't tell me, my cousin, he probably, he might not even know. I'm talking about as far as if he was in protective custody, but I just kind of find it weird, number one, that they didn't get no bolos so that their officers that are patrolmen could be on the lookout, and they had no idea that he was mistakenly let out, and that was in the state of Indiana. That's just kind of weird to me. It don't mean nothing. It just seems weird. And why, out of all the places to stop to rest, they stop in the state of Indiana? I believe that's because the state of Indiana was their destination to hide out. I believe that straight drop, somebody lives in the state of Indiana that was going to be hiding him out. That's what I believe. Okay. Or got some property in the state of Indiana. Kimberly says, I wondered about Moneybag Yo because that sleek class that he made that time about being a shark and the shark killing. I don't know. I'll just say this. I saw a post that Moneybag Yo made some days back. And he said that there would never be another new ski and another, and I wasn't the only investigator that seen it, and another somebody. And just from looking at that, from being an investigator, okay, it would lead me to believe that Moneybag Yo is over an organization. Okay, he's the head of an organization other than Bread Gang. Okay, okay, that's kind of what it would lead me to believe, that there's something that and I could be wrong, but that's just kind of what it would lead me to believe. That's why I said Moneybag Yo needs to be very careful. He needs to be very careful. I haven't said anything about Soldier Boy, but it's still in the back of my mind. That's because you have to let the investigators handle their case. I watch everything that people say. I still have not forgotten about he said, didn't y'all learn the first time? I'm just trying to kill a nigga. Okay. And he was angry when he said it. When you're angry, stuff come out. So, but with this Dolph case, like I said, you know, the investigators got it. I'm happy that there aren't investigators that are rushing a case. And none of them could be involved. I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying that whoever is involved, you know, we don't know. Whoever is involved, we want justice, right? We just want justice for Dolph. We can't want justice for Dolph and then call the witnesses who are trying to do the right thing snitches. Okay, so you're talking out of both sides of your neck. Do you really want justice for Dolph? Do you? Because you don't try to shame people with calling them snitches. That's why I say y'all have to. It's a lot of people that say they for Dolph that's not. We get so caught up in the hype and in the emotion because a lot of people are theatrical. We don't listen to the verbiage. You listen to people, it comes out. The majority of cases that have been solved, y'all, was solved because of the people's own that they gave themselves away, just like in this case. Miss Tamara, why you come on here so early? I might need you late tonight when I'm working. That's because I'll be out on the case late tonight. See noise. We gotta, me and my team, we're gonna be out tonight. Snoozy Cake says, he sure is. It's so funny because I think MB is the main person. And let's talk about that. Let's just say if that's true, we don't know, allegedly. Let's just say if MB was the main person. MB is popular. He makes a lot of money. Why would you put BY out front? Because maybe because MB is the more popular one. We got to protect that. We want to preserve that. That's why I said these folks can't have blind loyalty. We want to protect. We can put him out. He's more expendable. He ain't got the numbers that he got. He ain't even as popular. So we'll make him think that we all together on this. All the time we really sending him out. And if something happened, because it's gonna have to be it's probably somebody probably at some point gonna retaliate. So we'll reserve this one because this is the real money maker. And this one is more expendable. TLO says yes, the investigations need to be done slowly so they can um, catch everything and everyone that's involved from the tip top to the bottom. Absolutely. I agree. Um, it's it's many that's conspired to take Dolph out, and I have no sympathy for none of them. No, because y'all, this stuff has got to stop. This stuff has got to stop in our community. If people are tired of losing their loved ones, they're tired of that stuff. They're tired of people trying to play God. Absolutely, always love yourself if that wasn't suspicious. But hey, I'm and people, never really zoned in on that. But I don't know. I'm just talking about the public because I can't say what the investigators had done. You know why? Because the investigator that I spoke to today that's working on this case says we have not ran into any dead ends yet. That's what he said. And he also said we waiting on some documents to come back. I don't know what documents that is. But working over there, I know that there can't there is not that many that they could be waiting on. I know you have to wait on the district attorney's office to make some determinations and send some documents, but he didn't say that. So I'm not going to jump to conclusions. But if history repeats itself, that's kind of what they wait on the district attorneys when they send up evidence to return documentation so that they can get some indictments. But he didn't say that, so I don't know. But if history repeats itself, normally that's what happens. But he didn't say that. So don't say she said that. I just said if history repeats itself, there aren't too many documentations that you could be waiting on other than indictments and get warrants and things of that nature. Okay. But I don't know. He didn't say that. So I don't know. TLF says allegedly and being others show themselves as loyalty to their boss. Allegedly, that's why the song was put out saying he took a life for that person. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says, all I'm gonna say, a lot of people don't pay attention to what these rappers form a certain record label say in their lyrics, but I believe every bit. Okay. Rest in peace, Young Dolph says, y'all need to watch the interview. BY said he killed more than 3 people that jumped. More than 3 people when they first signed to YG. Maybe they waiting on DNA. That could be true. 901 King. That could be true. I love when you say doing midday lives, Tamara. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, Kimberly. Yeah. I know I've talked for a couple hours. I'm gonna let y'all come up here. Anybody want to come up here and say something before I get off? Y'all can. I forgot to drop the link. I just dropped it. Monica says, I'm woke. They told the story of what happened in the music. That's why G and Jay-Z trying to stop the courts from using lyrics. Think about it. Wow. Yeah, I just dropped the link. If anybody wants to come up and say something before I get off, you definitely can. Yeah, I sure don't want to be out all night on a case. Miss Snoozy Cake, would you like to come up here? You always say you're gonna come up here. Yeah, the music normally tells it all. Thank you, T. Jones. But these people aren't gonna be able to hide behind this music much longer. Unknown caller. I told people not to call my phone unknown. Okay, the number popped up. See, they call themselves blocked the number and it popped up anyways. How you doing? Rest in peace, young doll.
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good.
I just wanted to come on and say we catching on to them now.
You said we doing what?
Catching on to them now.
I believe that the wheels of justice is turning. I
Yeah,
always believed it. I always believed that it was turning.
yeah. They put too much in the rap lyrics.
Well, that's because they was able to get away with it for so long. But now people are tired and they are demanding justice. Um, if nothing else, Dolph's case has opened up a lot of eyes, brought a lot of attention to Memphis, and something has to be done. It has brought a lot of attention all over the world, really.
Right. Everybody paying attention to this Dolph case.
Absolutely. And so there's a lot of Memphis know
So
that
that's why they feel like they gotta get justice. Too many people watching.
absolutely, absolutely. So, like I said, it's not the vloggers that's getting anybody convicted. None of the vloggers were out there that day. It's the very people that are in those communities that are tired of this stuff happening and that truly had a love for Dolph. They feeling like, well, if these people can just take Dolph out like this, they'll do it to anybody. So a lot of these people don't care about what people call snitches anymore. They want to clean up their community. A lot of these people, these citizens care more. They're learning to care more about their children.
Right. That's all we need as a community. The people to care more about the kids. The kids gotta see this. Want everybody say, oh, I want to see Dolph getting shot. But what you think about his kids gonna be traumatized from seeing their daddy get killed on camera? That's what we got to look at, the bigger picture.
Absolutely.
Another thing I
Absolutely.
want to get into, y'all gotta just pay attention and look and listen. Around the time Dolph died, a lot of got it artists were dropping mixtapes.
Mhm.
And got it known for sending his artists telling them what to say in the lyrics. Send them at Dolph, slit, shot him. That's why Dolph said out his own mouth. He know you sending them at me. They ain't doing that on their own.
Mhm.
So just think about it. Look, when they saying, I believe when ESTG said in that song, I ride past the scene. Like I believe these people really did this for real.
Mhm. Mhm. Well, one
Somebody
thing.
said I was just talking about the BY interview. You can look it up. That man said, matter of fact, I killed more than 3 people. I watched it.
Wow, that's a sad thing. That's a sad thing. It's just a sad thing when people have gotten to the point where they just don't care. They love things, but they don't care anything about life. Some of these folks don't even care anything about their own life. They don't even care anything
Right.
about their own life. They put a lot of love in having things. That's what makes them feel good instead of taking time to love another human that can give you that same love back. That's why they still feel empty because they're putting all their love in material things, and those material things don't love them. It's not reciprocating that love. People are supposed to love other people and not things. And so that's why the world is completely messed up. That's why you see a lot of crash dummies because people are just empty. People are
And
completely
let me ask
empty.
the chat a question. Drop the Dolphins if you saw the video Youngster had on his page all the way up until Dolph died when he shot that gun out the window, putting the caption at Young Dolph, effing with my gang, you can get your shooter shots. The Dolphins, if you saw.
And you know what's so sad? When I saw interviews of the interviews that Young Dolph did, and when the interviewers would ask him what was his beef with Youngster, he always said, "I ain't got no issue with Youngster. I like some of his music." He would always say somebody else put him up to do it. He knew somebody else had him doing it. He always said he did not have any issues with Youngster. That's what's so sad about it. How you doing, Demon?
Hello.
Right.
I had to come up here because I need for rest in peace, young Dolph, to talk about this one line about the
I'm gonna come back off
balloons.
my messing up.
Okay, don't run now.
I think his phone messing up.
I came on to sing one line from my favorite gospel song.
Okay.
Oh, uh-huh. And I can't sing, so don't nobody laugh at me. And I don't want to see no banana peels and orange peels in the comments because I can't sing. You know, they throw that stuff up on the stage where people can't sing. Um, but hold on, change is coming. Hold on, don't worry about a thing.
I
That's
love
it. That's
I love
all.
that song. And a change is coming.
Yes, ma'am.
A change is coming. But you know, it's a sad thing, the state that our people are
Hell,
in when God has blessed so many of these young men to live beyond whatever they could have ever dreamed of as a child. And they don't know anything but destruction.
They could be anything in life. Hey, young, rest in peace, young Dolph. You back?
Yeah, he's back. You back, young dog? Rest in peace, young dog.
Come on, man.
I think
As
it's
y'all
hey,
Memphis people say, man. Come on, man.
the demon wanted to ask you a question.
I can't really hear.
Okay, well go out and come back. Okay, he went out and come back in. How you doing, Monica?
Hey, Miss T, how are you?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm good. Um, so the line that she was just talking about in that same song, um, when Moneybag Yo says, "Rest in peace to what's his name? We left his family shook." That was released right after Dolph transitioned.
Wow.
Monica, what about that line when because I didn't know I don't know anything about it. I've never listened to the song. And rest in peace, young Dolph said there's a line where he says something about the balloons. I'm the reason for the teddy bears and the
Yeah,
balloons.
it says, "We're the reasons for the balloon releases and the teddy bears," and then he does the Dolph voice. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's so telling. And you know what? They get mad when um they want to use their lyrics against them in a court of law or to
Yep.
prosecute them. And that's what,
Yep.
they're trying to stop. Because to me, when you say stuff like that, I've always said it's as good as a confession.
Yeah, it is. Because why else would you say it?
Exactly. And who are you talking about?
Exactly.
If you
Exactly.
the reason now, if it's not for Dolph, it's for somebody, which to me, you still talking about taking somebody out. You took somebody out.
Right.
That just
Yep.
kind of blew me. I've never heard of that song, but then again, I don't listen to the music like that. But just to hear it actually being spoken by you guys, that just kind of puts things into perspective for me. And Miss T, when the very first time I ever came up on your panel, I think I was saying, oh, Yo Gotti, he's got his money and his business. I can't see him doing anything like that. But the more things that have come out and the more I kind of sit back and think about the statement that I made, I'm, having second thoughts on that. I think I was speaking in terms for myself, just being a sane person that, if I got all this money and I'm successful, I wouldn't let nothing um, take me away from everything that I've worked hard for. But, it's sad to say, since I've been following the Dolph case, it's rich crash dummies and poor crash dummies all over the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And in a way, like I said, you know, and I'm not saying it, y'all, because he is my best friend's cousin. I'm saying it because as a mother, and I used to play with Black Youngster's mom, and I'm not saying that he's involved in this. I can see as a person that I would have had to had him early. I can see what, even though a person is responsible for their own actions, whether he was involved or not, we don't know. I'm just even talking about within the beef. I can see where people have been manipulated.
Hmm.
Yeah, to insert yourself in a beef that's not yours, that's definitely manipulation.
And it's unfortunate. That's what's happening, y'all, with so many of these young men. I think it is a strategy. This is just what I feel. It is a strategy to sign dirt poor men from out of the hood, because at that point they're living and they got the type of money that they've ever dreamed of, and they're willing to do anything to try and keep it, or to try to stay in good with the people that is giving it to them. That it has not registered with them that this is a talent that God gave me, and if God provides you with if God gives you the provision, I mean gives you the talent, he'll give you the provision. He'll provide with that talent that you have. They don't understand that.
Hmm.
A lot of these young men don't know that. They wouldn't even deal with them if they weren't talented and couldn't bring in no money.
Thanks.
But they have not been told, and unfortunately so many of our young men are misguided. They're misguided, and it breaks my heart coming from the hood myself, when I know there are people that are my age that came up out the hood and know what the struggle is. And then they get blessed and get into a position and they do the same thing. They repeat the same history of what has been done to our people, to our youth, because what they're supposed to be doing is what Doc was doing, teaching them the game so that the people that they teach the game can pass it on. And that's how you create generational wealth. How you doing, Player Cole?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good. What's up?
I can't complain. Slow motion. Just thought I'd pull up on you.
So what? So what you think? What you think? You know, and I know because you're in the hood, so I don't be expecting for you to say a whole lot. But because I don't want to put you in that.
Yeah.
But you know, do you feel like a lot of these young men that come from nothing are people are putting a battery in their back? They're being manipulated in the music
Yeah.
industry, or you think no, they just kind of got a mind of their own?
I'm gonna say yeah to both of them, cause like even if the rappers weren't putting investing into them, or trying to link up with them, the young cats still will be doing what they doing just because they ain't being educated, they ain't being put on game, and they think just how it go. So, it's kind of yes to both of them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But like I'm gonna tell you what the artists doing though, they seeing them out here, they seeing them living like that. They know where they come from, and they give them, crumbs. Hey, come on, get on my team. I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna do this for you. And like I said, they'll do it. And even though when they do it, they get caught in due time. Sometimes they might be lower, keep their books rolling. Keep them cool in there. Like the guy Keon, for example. He being taken care of good in jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's an unfortunate thing. I do. Like I said, I think it's an unfortunate thing. Like I said, when I called my friend early this morning, and asked him what was going on, he said we have not um ran into a dead end yet. We're waiting on some documentation to come back. That can only that documentation to come back, that it couldn't be that many things when they say documentation as it relates to them.
That sound like an indictment.
Yep.
That's exactly what that sound like.
Say it. Say it again, player Cole. I love when you say that.
Indictment.
I
But
love it.
like I said, the streets been talking, and like, people kind of feel like just what's on the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see how certain individuals out moving now, the things they talking about, singing and doing, like, they know it ain't too far from around the corner.
Yeah. But it's an unfortunate thing. There is nothing that makes me feel good about seeing black men destroy each other, especially with all of the talent. Nothing makes me feel good about that at all. Um, Demo, what is it gonna take?
It's gonna take.
What is it gonna take? Because at the rate that we're going, our black men are gonna be extinct. If they're not dead, they're gonna be in jail. It's something that has to happen for this to stop.
First we gotta clean up and get rid of all the bad apples. And I don't mean uh taking them out, in a uh harmful way. I mean, we gotta clean up the streets and then try to uh start putting the brakes on some of this drill rap. And I think some of these radio stations, some of these platforms need to be held accountable for even allowing this content on social media. I kind of feel like too, anytime they can, even let's take YouTube for instance. They're so busy monitoring what you guys put out for content on your platforms. You know what I mean? I'm like, why they don't have the same energy for some of these music videos and drill rap uh, music being put on the platform? They don't strike or do nothing to that. So I
That's
kind of feel like they are being, uh, the word I'm looking for, to Tamara, when they say that you are they contradictory.
right. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And maybe play a code if remember very early on in Dolph's case, there was a teenage boy that was arrested. I think he was 16 or 17, and I can't think of his name. But early on, he was arrested, and I thought that they said that he was connected to the case. Player Code, do you know who I'm talking about?
I remember. Then later on, they came back and said
Oh
that,
yeah, yeah. He had something to do with another murder case.
right. They said that there was another situation. They said they quickly came back and corrected that and said he had nothing to do with the Young Dobbs case. So
Oh,
whether
okay.
that's true or not, the news do make mistakes sometimes. So
And
that's very well possible. But Player Co said it was another case. Auntie Fee says tougher gun laws and harsher punishments. Well, that's in the process of happening because the laws are changing in June.
Yeah,
The
they
laws,
shouldn't have never passed their other gun law to begin with, though. They were wrong
right?
for even doing it.
Hold on, let me see. You got some fans in here. Player Co. Catalina says, "I love Player Co. He is very cool. I have to meet up with him next time I'm that way. as with Miss T as well.
Appreciate that.
Laura Williams says, yeah, the mothers and fathers are out there wearing the gang colors with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't understand how I see some of these young men on here saying, yeah, my son born into this. How are you going to affiliate your son in a gang? A baby.
It's a lot on like that.
Ignorance.
That don't surprise me because I see it's a lot of that going on. So like that, it really ain't nothing new to me. That's normal because you see so much of that going on.
Yeah.
They passing that torch on as if they're passing on some type of, like Tamara say, a generational wealth.
Yeah,
You
for them,
know.
that's their legacy. You know what I'm saying? Like I know people like, damn, what he's saying, but like when you in the streets and you involved in their life and you affiliated with these gangs or whatever, now sometimes I'm gonna tell you how it turned out because I was tripping off this myself. One of my friends, his dad a part of one organization. The son is a part of a totally different organization.
Mm. Wow. So wow. So I wonder how that worked out.
That's what I say. I'm like, man, how you become that and your dad it is, you know what I'm saying? He like, he did what he say, like, I'm my own man, you know what I'm saying? Pop vision different from mine, and I couldn't do nothing but respect it. Hold on one second.
Lauren Mitchell says, I still think how crazy it is. Dolph King, Von Mo 3 were all a part of Empire, and all three were killed in November of different years. Mm-hmm. It is strange. I can't. I won't say that it's not because it is strange.
Player Cole really got some fans in here. Look at she said.
She said Player Cole is sexy to me. She loved them country boys with that he got, because Player Cole got a real deep southern accent with a slang. That's what most of the women, especially up north, because I got cousins from in Indiana, when they love that southern slang.
Mm-hmm. I do too. You're gonna make me put on my cougar boots.
They got to, because you know what, I can always tell. My email is realtalkwithtamara@gmail.com. I can always tell when somebody get on here and when they're from Memphis. We all sound alike. I could always tell. Player Code got some fans up in here. They liking that slang.
Hey man, I appreciate y'all.
That lazy tongue. In the South we got a lazy tongue.
Yep.
On here I have to watch myself because I'll say something and I'll go, oh Lord, that's just when I'm around my people. My tongue get lazy. The tweak says it doesn't surprise me that we are tribal people. Aquarius says, Tamara, you so pretty. Oh, thank you. I got a fan.
Yes, she is. She's beautiful.
Thank you. Rest in peace, Young Doll says, drop the link. Okay. King, DC King says, I agree with D-Ma, but I would say we need to take a few other steps first before we clean up these bad apples and clean up the streets.
Well, come on up and talk about it. Tell me what else we need to do. I missed something.
That's right, DC King, come up here then. DC King, come on up. Because, we talk about, and I think I said yesterday, I just kind of felt like it was going to get bad before it gets better, but it's already, bad. How you doing? Rest in peace.
I'm doing good. How is everybody doing? Can y'all hear me good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can hear you. I think D-Ma had a question for you.
What you were saying? Because I couldn't.
I want you to talk. You and Player Cole to talk more about this song. I'm stuck on this song because that is crazy to me.
What song you talking about?
The balloon song with ESTG when he said, "Four balloon releases and the teddy bear." Then he made Dolph's little voice. Yeah. I know that all them be incriminating themselves when they made.
Yeah, they stay using his
Straight drop did the same thing. He said, the same night they be incriminating themselves, putting themselves away when they said little Dolph name. That's what they do now.
So they was bragging right afterwards, huh? In a song.
Yeah, a couple of songs.
Couple of
What's the
songs.
other song?
A lot of
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, a lot of songs. I ain't gonna
Hey,
lie.
we can name so many like you won't even believe. You just gotta look. All of Gotti albums he dissed off.
Now all of these songs were dropped after he passed away.
Yup.
Yes, whole album.
Oh wow.
You know that song, that come out ESTG album, but they
Yeah,
released the album and turned it to a deluxe. This song was added on there. It seemed like this song was added on there, just for that purpose. That was the reason for the deluxe.
yeah. That was a. You could tell that was a new song.
Yeah,
So that goes back to what Miss T was talking about, the controlling of the music being put out. So if you can't you get a hold of stuff like that, then you part of the problem.
but let me tell y'all this, and like this how this work. Like people said they don't understand how the music was released. Let me tell y'all, like on this side, just if the CEO ain't got no love for Dolph, how you think the artist go feel? And the artist want to prove themselves to the CEO. Yeah, man, I'm your next big step or so. If the CEO ain't showing
Right.
it, the artist ain't gonna show that.
I
Cause a
get
lot
that,
of them
but
already
if you put
admitted they sent shots for Gotti.
but if I get that, but if you putting that out, it's not the CEO that's putting it out. They putting it out, so they incriminating themselves. So if something was to jump off, and say the feds felt like they wanted to use that type of music against them, they're not going to use it against YG. They're going to use it against the other boys.
At the same time, everything coming through him first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but he's not the one saying it. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like they
He
incriminating themselves,
look,
and
he might
he's letting them.
But
he might
see, like, that what we gotta understand. They playing chess.
he never
He the
said.
king on the chessboard. So like, them is his knights and his pawn. He ain't gonna never throw himself out there in the water like that. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? That's why you never heard him personally shoot no diss out. Somebody else would shoot the diss out. It wasn't him.
Right. So it kind of looked like his hands are clean. He ain't have
I
nothing to
think
do
it
with it.
always was on the
Yep.
Mm.
thank you. It was always on the kill situation with Gotti because he'll never say nothing to Dolph. Dolph never intended to get him knocked off because Dolph would call him out real quick. He never told Key Glock, "Hey, hop on this song. I want you to throw shots at Gotti." He
Mm.
never did that.
Yeah, he wouldn't even let his artist release old
And Jay
numbers, bro.
Fielder just started responding back, so they can't say he sent Jay Fielder.
So do you all feel like even with this last Fabo live that he's trying to get some beef brewing or pull them into something?
It's hard to say. It ain't no telling what his motive is. You know what I'm saying? It's saying like he just come straight out the projects, probably wasn't around for a little period of time. And now, like I said a long
I
time
can't
ago, everybody
hear
coming out the
if he was
woodwork.
talking to me.
Do you think somebody put him up to it?
It's hard to say.
Mm.
I think something happened to rest in peace. His Wi-Fi messed up again.
My every time he come on, his John do this.
Yeah, his wife. He said, I heard him say, he couldn't hear something. It started messing up again.
And it's
Um,
like as soon as he get to a good point too, you be trying to listen and then John just zoom out.
hmm they said Jay-Z in court right now fighting for music not to be able to be used in court. Yeah, I
Yeah, he
thought that
do
that was.
use a lot of music against artists too.
But see, I feel some kind of way about that because if you're saying it, to me, it's like you don't really care about bragging. And clout is one thing, but to me, when you actually semi confessing to things, that's where I take issue with it. Like Miss T say, beef is one thing, but when you get into the point where you actually confessing your crimes in your music, I don't understand why they don't think it can't be used against them.
Mm-hmm. Especially if they're implicated. They've been implicated. Some of these people just are crazy. They've been implicated in a crime, and a lot of them probably have been charged with crimes, and then they'll go make a song talking about the crime.
Yeah.
That's the crazy stuff that they doing. They talking about everything that went on.
And see, you gotta understand, we living in a time now where if you rapping, you gotta be rapping what you talking about. You gotta be rapping what you talking about.
There has to be. Now, Player Cole, now you're a rapper. Do you think that the CEOs are going to have to hold their artists more accountable for what's put out?
Yeah. But like I'm gonna tell you, a lot of stuff will fly over their head because okay, let's just put it like this. I'm a CEO, you are my artist. Let's just say you a bag getter. You bringing in a bag. I'm making millions off you. You making millions. You might do a move that I've been like, man, that ain't no good move. But since you popping and you bringing a bag in, okay, we go and try it and see what it do. But if it backfire, just remember I told you. So it could be one of them situations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, but like I said, I can see what you're saying on that, but I just feel like more CEOs are going to have to hold their artists' feet to the fire. If they're going to be beefing, they're going to have to let them know. They're going to have to contractually let them know, because it ain't nothing like, I mean, rappers been battle rapping since the beginning of time.
Right.
They just found it as a way to sell more records. That's what they was doing. But they got to let them know the moment it goes off of wax or whatever they call them, it goes off of wax, you're a liability. You won't have a future with this record label.
And then you got a lot of record labels, like I said. You might just be a rapper like Calm and you ain't on the street stuff. But the label go tell you, hey man, you gotta drop this song about your ops. This what popping right now. If you want to be with this label, you gotta get on the gangster tip. And a lot of artists like, man, I'm hurting. I need this bag. A lot of them will sell out for money. Let me put it like that.
That's true. Auntie Fee says Straight Drop posted a video the day after. I think he did post a video the day. He went live, I believe, the same night.
Yeah, they went live the same night.
Yeah, they went live the same night, because I do know that. And the only reason I knew about Straight Drop is because I did see that live that night, that when those other young men like JoJo Splat and all of them, because I mean it was real funny to them. And they kind of implicated a lot of people, to include Soulja Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Because people was just kind of in shock that a bunch of young men, I've never heard of JoJo Splat in them. They say he's a artist, but I'd never even heard of him.
That man that started rapping after Dolph get killed.
So I found it weird that Soulja Boy would get on a live with him. That was weird.
He said that on that little interview he did, that's when he started rapping.
Auntie Fee says Straight Drop posted that video the day after Dolph was assassinated at the same house the Benz was found.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave himself away.
Then he took the video down.
Yeah, then he took that video down. He did. He took that video down, and there's quite a few of them that has taken down a lot of stuff. But even when they take it down, I mean, it's just deleted to us. It ain't deleted to nobody else.
Right.
It might be deleted to them because they can't retrieve it, but somebody else might can. 901 King Deshaun says nobody in Memphis knew about JoJo Splat. His lame ass.
I don't know. Hood knew better.
Lori says Yo Gotti is pathetic at sending a shooter to do his dirty work at 45. He should be ashamed of himself. Well, like I said, y'all, the wheels of justice is turning, and like I said, no vlogger has anything. Justice was gonna be served anyways. I think just with people being so fascinated with it, you got vloggers from everywhere that are vlogging about it. You got some vloggers that are even paid to change the narrative, which is all good, but it doesn't bother anyone when the narrative is changed on the internet, because none of us can change the investigation. I couldn't do that. Nobody could change the investigation. You know, especially not changing a narrative. So,
Player Cole, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
You might answer this and you may not. And please understand that I know your position, and you still have to live in the hood. So say no, I'm not gonna answer that. I get it.
Now, I don't live in the hood no more. I'm out the hood. I'm in a good part of town. But
we done moved.
I gotta go tend to my kids that's in the hood, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, but either way, you still have to go around those parts. But Jason Hill, the young man that they got at the mall, that young lady. Do you know if he was with Trula or another set or anything? Do you know anything about him?
I don't know too much about him. I just know there was a funny incident and it was kept real quiet. You ain't heard too much about it.
Okay, I was just trying to see if he was with one of those sets.
9 times out of 10, probably so though. Like I tell people this all the time, and like people don't be wanting to believe this, but like everybody is affiliated with something. Even if you don't see them throwing no signs up, having no gang colors on, everybody in this city is affiliated with something. I'm telling you.
So why they think that Cornelius don't know any of these guys? Because they've never seen him in pictures with them.
Like they're from the same area. If he don't know them, he familiar with them. You know what I'm saying? Like the Orange Mound ain't no big area. So like I'm pretty sure like if he probably know they Kent people or something. They uncles might be the same age as him. He know them like that, but he know of them though, because they from the same area.
Auntie Fee says, Yo Gotti made an IG post saying get home without snitching the day before Straight Drop first or second court appearance. Somebody says, where is CEO Teasy?
Ducking.
I wonder if he's been questioned.
That's what I wonder.
I bet he's not in Memphis.
Didn't they say he was in Atlanta somewhere?
That's what Rest in Peace Young Dolph said. I believe that he's in Atlanta. He sure did. See, because I know a lot of people watch Yo Gotti's them pages real close. But I did see, and I don't know if it was photoshopped or what, where it was on, a lot of bloggers was vlogging about, allegedly Yo Gotti has said if Straight Drop goes to jail, I'm gonna get him out or something.
Yeah.
Now I didn't see that on his page, but a lot of vloggers it had a check mark by it, but people know how to Photoshop stuff. So I don't know. Rest in Peace Young Dog says Teasy is hiding in Jamaica. He posted a pic with his girl. And the caption, she said, taking trips. Lord have mercy. I wonder if that's with Straight Drop money.
Trying to get on one of them boats to get somewhere to another country where they don't extradite them, huh?
But you have to know. I don't know though. Now I was ready to say when they start posting them pictures and stuff up, if they was looking for him, they could get his location with him posting up those pictures on social media. they could definitely get his location. I know a lot of people feel like that they could turn their location off, but when they want to get you, your location ain't on.
Especially with no iPhone.
Absolutely. Because they'll subpoena that company and they'll have to give your location. I probably shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. Oh,
Hi, everybody.
I'm sorry. How you doing, Don? I'm so
I
sorry.
was just listening to
Done.
y'all talk. Hi, family. I wasn't even sure if I was on or not. I was just
Yeah.
listening.
Oh my God. I forgot that you've been on, and Lord have mercy, I forgot to. I forgot. How you
That's
doing?
okay. Good. How you feeling? How's everybody feeling on this Monday?
I'm feeling good. You want to chime in on this?
Yeah, I watched the replay of your last live and your dialogue at the beginning. Like you said everything without saying nothing. Y'all need to stop playing with this woman right here. Like it's the season of the black woman, but it is not the season of the Lana Queen. Don't get that knock on your door. Don't do it to yourself. Just don't do it. Just fall back. Y'all act like the things that we discuss here are turning the case in some type of direction. We don't know anything. We're surmising, we're guessing. No one knows anything. Just let the wheels of justice turn.
That's true.
But stop playing in this lady's face. Y'all just don't understand. Stop playing in this lady's face.
I think
She trying to warn you.
yeah, but you know what? Just I think sometimes when people are used to Don getting away with so much, I think they feel like they're, untouchable.
Clearly, but like I said, it is not the season of the lineup queen. Just ask Alexis where, because they can't find her. You know what I'm saying? Like leave people
Hmm.
alone and let them do what let them do what they do. It's you know what I'm saying? Whoever's gonna get caught up in this, they're gonna get caught up in this because they chose to throw their hat in that ring and
Absolutely. And
be
there's a
about
lot of
that
people
life.
that have thrown their hats in this situation that didn't necessarily have to be in this. It's one thing to commentate on it, but it's another thing when you get caught up in doing criminal things. That's what I can't understand. And for what? You know,
Yeah.
and they
I
like to
really
play
don't
and they
understand
like
it.
to play with the wrong people. They
Play
do.
with the wrong people.
They play with the
Cause
wrong people. Like I was saying on the last live, it's some people you just can't play with.
Play it cool.
Yeah. Jane Doe
especially when
says,
you play with certified grown people,
okay,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying, that's close to AARP card carrying or that are there. We do things different.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, we
Not
do
playing
things
with you.
differently. We
We are
do
not
things
playing with
differently.
you. So
Jane,
my advice to those who have an ear, let you hear it. You better stop playing with this lady. People people think because you be by yourself, you alone.
that's what they think.
That's the problem.
That's what they think.
And then when they go off that cliff, then they see like, well, I was just playing a no, it's not a game. You don't get to play with people in that way. So, like I said, if you in the chat or whatever, I suggest you leave her alone and stop playing in her face. That's what I suggest you do. Cause you said a lot on that live. I was like, oh, I like her. I like her style.
Jane Doe says Yo Gotti is one of the ringleaders in Dolph's setup. He was scared when it was announced FBI involved allegedly. Oh wow.
But
So
here's the thing that people really need to understand with the feds when they get involved, they will let you continue doing things and saying things. By the time that federal indictment is made, they've already tried the case. That's why they have a 97, 98% success rate of conviction.
Mm.
So people just need to chill. Y'all been watching the first 48 for too long. That's not really how it works.
No, it's not.
That is not how
That's
it
what
works,
they don't
especially when the
understand. That's not
FBI is
how it works.
right, especially when the FBI is involved. That is not how it works. They will see you do crimes and let you continue on with your shenanigans.
One of the reasons that the MPD officers, and I witnessed this myself, the MPD investigators and the feds had a love-hate relationship. They had a love-hate relationship because when there was a crime, now normally the feds get involved when there is some type of monies, there's some type of
Right.
funding. Normally, some type of funding is normally some type of hit, right? And there's a history of it. Okay, so what the feds would do was when they would come over there, stop, Remy. When they would come over there, they would walk in there, and it would always they have a love hate relationship because they would walk in there and they would say, we was notified of this and that, and we're of course we're on the case. They would always notify the lieutenant, right?
Mm.
Sometimes they be asked, sometimes they when they secretly get on, we're gonna be working this case. And what will make the investigators mad is that the feds were always extremely secretive. Even though they were supposed to be working it jointly, they would always go underground, and then they would let the MPD investigators know their findings afterwards, and that would piss them off because they were supposed to be jointly working it
Working in
together.
concert.
Right? They
Hmm.
was supposed to be constantly keeping each other abreast of what was going on, but that's
Well,
what they do. They go
be?
underground.
Could it? I mean, well, I don't know. I don't know. You would know way better than I do because you are, a Memphis native. Could it be that there's been some history of leaks that they do that, or is that something that the FBI does whenever they work with state or local law enforcement?
I think that's something they do whenever they work with local law enforcement, especially when they're trying to follow trails, right, to make sure that nothing leaks. Not to say that the investigators would leak anything, but I think they just wanted that's how they get their convictions, because they're very secretive about a lot of
They
things.
are very secretive. There's probably so much stuff. The FBI, you know, man, there's stuff that they've done, involved in, whatever, that we will never know. But I just feel like people just need to let them do their job. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
You
going to
want to make
happen.
sure that when they walk into that courtroom, that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted.
Absolutely.
I know
You,
here in my city, they formed a grand jury a year before they made the arrest. So these guys thought, because they didn't come for them within that year, or a few days or months after, that they was home free. Baby, please. The feds had formed a grand jury right after this incident happened and didn't make the arrest until a year later.
yeah.
Sometimes it can go on for years.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It can go.
I mean,
I think about that. I think I was telling y'all about that case with Sweetie Pies, and there was another case. If y'all look at this show I did on this young lady from out of Indiana, out of Muncie, Indiana. Her name is Andrea. Was it Leandria? No, Ashley Mullins. That was her name, Ashley Mullins. And I remember when her father had reached out to me. He's a male white, and said that she was missing, and that was some years ago. And he was telling me about how um his daughter had gone missing. She was having an affair. She was 20 something years old with this older man, but his family was in law enforcement around Muncie, Indiana, right? And he felt like they they had killed her, him and his wife, because he said that his daughter, you know, um was having an affair with him, but his wife knew about it, and they was into some stuff. But anyway, she had gotten pregnant with him. The man and his wife, after the girl went missing, was raising their daughter, and they were saying that she got on drugs and she left when he knew that they had killed his daughter. I remember when I put that show on the internet, and at the end of the show I said, if anybody knows anything, because that was not the first girl that had came up missing that had dealt with them, and his brother
Wow.
his cousin or brother, somebody who was the sheriff, um was covering that stuff up, and that attorney that they had involved, that they had an attorney that was involved in it too. And I'll never forget, I said, if anybody knows anything, contact the FBI. You can't even go to the police, just contact the FBI. About 2 months later, the FBI did a sweep in that city. I do believe that they saw that show. They did a sweep. That sheriff had a heart attack and died because he got so stressed out about, they was running some type of human trafficking ring, and
Mm.
Mm.
the man who she was having an affair with had a heart attack and died. And her dad reached out to me about a year ago because his wife went on the run and still has his daughter's child.
Mm.
Wow. Still to this day?
Still to this very day.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That's
So
crazy.
yeah, they ended up,
Somebody's helping her.
yeah, somebody is helping her. I'm sure she might be out of the country at this point.
Mm.
We might need Oprah to come back and do that show. Like, I'll pay you $100,000 if you can find this person.
Mary Taylor says my aunt is watching. Tell your aunt I said thank you and hello. She said it sounds a lot like Crystal Rogers' case. I'm gonna look into that, but yeah, that happens, you know. But like I said, with the FBI, they go silent. You know, they kind of, I always say they go underground, and no vlogger or could ever influence the feds. They don't have, uh as far, they don't have the knowledge, or when I say intelligence, I don't mean mentally. I'm talking about
No,
the
they just don't have the intelligence that the law enforcement have. Because trust and
absolutely,
believe, if they did, the the ABC boys would have did the swoop down, took that channel off of YouTube because they can do that.
absolutely.
So, if if people, want to hear what they want to hear, about the case. I mean, there's several vloggers that are just, spewing all types of craziness or whatever for clickbait. Go over there.
Yeah, you know, like I told the young man, he posted, he said, I'd rather hear your dog barking than to hear you.
Right. Free
Then,
Remy.
yeah, he said, I'd rather hear your dog barking than to hear you sit up and take up
Free
for the cookie.
Remy.
Yeah, then take up for the cookie shop. I said, well, then rewind the part where you hear her doing all that barking and listen to it till you get tired or your ear fall off.
And that's another thing. People really need to get off this cookie shop thing. If somebody that is was working there is involved, trust and believe, they know that. I think people are under this erroneous assumption that law enforcement is obligated to tell us book, chapter, and verse what's going on with a case. And they're not. There's no statute, there's no tort, there's no law that states that they have to tell you what they're doing, when they're doing, who they're talking to. They don't even have to do that for the family. As a courtesy, depending on the detective, because some are, some have a good bedside manner, some of them are just awful. um they'll say, we're checking into things, we're getting closer, whatever. They don't want to create false hope, so
Mm.
they're not even obligated to tell the family, well, this is what we know, or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely. Rest in peace, young dog says, y'all think I'm playing. Lucky my mic messing up because I swear, Miss T, that girl posted a pic and T's getting fat and she put the Jamaican sign. Lord have mercy.
Mm.
Well, that Jamaica does will ship a criminal back to the US because they don't want that smoke.
And they don't want that smoke. They don't.
They sure
There's
will. He should
very
have.
few. There's very few countries that will not, do an extradition. Very few, because it's a political thing.
Right.
Well,
I
it's
saw
gonna
some.
be. No, go ahead, Demon.
Oh no, I was just going to go back to this comment early on where someone in the chat said uh, they don't have any proof. If they had proof, they wouldn't be asking stuff. And I said to myself,
Duh,
I
duh.
don't see the feds asking the public
Right? Who
health
they
no more.
asking? See, and that's another thing, Miss D. People need to stop making these ambiguous comments. Because
Hmm.
I'm one of those people. Okay, if you make a comment, you need to give me a synopsis. You need to give me a hypothesis. Why do you feel that way? What do you know?
Hmm.
First of all, who do you know that the feds was asking anything?
That's what I'm
Absolutely.
saying. They're not begging for tips. Not that I know of.
That's true.
And that tells me that they got witnesses. Period.
Absolutely. Like I said, there are a lot of. I'm sure there are a lot of people. There was a lot of people standing out there that day, and people
Hmm.
knew that it was. The people knew who it was when they saw the picture. The people knew exactly who it was, and it wasn't hard to know who it was because they wanted people to know who they were. They
Hmm.
wanted to claim that because they was. I think they were so used to taking people out. They were so used to taking people out. They felt like he would just be another statistic, and they would get
Right.
away with it.
And the same way that, with the Cheryl Wright case, we didn't hear the whole entire tape where Lorenzen said, hey, let's talk about this to indicate he knew who his murderers were. The same thing with the cookie shop tapes and video recordings, at that strip mall. They're not going to show you everything that they have.
They even know who secretly recorded him at the gas station. I promise you that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I keep saying all of those cameras around that area was working. That is a high poverty
That
area.
Yeah, that normally doesn't happen in those areas. They just have cameras to make it seem. But the fact that all the cameras were working, that's a good thing. But they need to let it go with this whole cookie shop situation. I will say, that the owners of it, maybe they didn't handle it well, the way that they should have. Maybe they should have got some public relations to help them along. Maybe they didn't know they can do that. I don't think that the young lady should have been going on, podcasts or YouTube or whatever, copping a plea because, you want to just avoid, like the word says, the appearance of evil. And you just should have did one statement as a family and called it a day. But maybe they didn't know. Who knows who was involved where that is concerned, if anybody, but trust and believe if anybody, you know, uh, anybody working in there or that has anything to do with them, was complicit in this, they already know, you know, they already know.
Yeah, they know. They already know. And that's what a lot of people don't want to understand. They don't want to understand that. How you doing, Harold?
I'm blessed. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
There's my guy. Hey, Harold.
Hello there. How y'all doing? How everybody doing? I'm, I'm
Good.
sitting back.
Hi.
I'm sitting back here enjoying this good conversation. Praising God for allowing me to be able to enjoy this conversation. It's a
Well,
lot of things being
good.
said.
That's what's up.
I wanted to say something to you before I get quiet, sisters. I was just came from the store and I was kind of had a little revelation. I was kind of talking to God. I was like, because you've said a few things about various things about bloggers, people hating on you, this and that, this and that. But God spoke to me in the moment. It was like, that's the don't even realize that her voice and your platform is literally saving a lot of young men out here already. A lot of people are listening to you, whether you realize it or not. I myself am listening to you in regards to your position, being wise, being careful, not to be accused, because we know in Revelation it tells us that the accuser is Satan, the accuser of our brothers. So you're not, since I've been watching you, never accused, kind of take on a wise approach. And I just wanted to kind of give you your flowers now. Like, that's something that you really got to take in consideration. Like, God is using you to kind of steer the narrative in a positive way, and at the same time challenging us to become better people. I like that.
Thank you. You
That was a
you
word.
always just give me a word when you come on. That really, because I really don't want for what we say to be in vain, because I understand that there is a war going on mentally with our people. There is a raging war going on. And I want to drop gems because I know a lot of the young men that are out there. I know there are a lot of young men that are out there that don't have guidance at home. And I want them to know that it's not okay. Don't allow people to use you and mess your life up.
I was just telling somebody this a moment ago. A lot of people out here in the church world and all the different platforms spend a lot of energy talking about all the different problems and all the different dysfunctional curses and things that we got going on throughout America. But that's one thing to talk about all the problems, but it's a whole other thing to start to address these problems and to come with solutions. You know what I mean? It's like we could spend a lot of times talking about all the problems, but how many people talking about solutions? And that's one of the things, you know what I mean? Like that's the biggest thing I commend you about, because it's solution, challenging. Because a lot of our young brothers out there need to be challenged in their spirit. They need to be challenged in their knowledge. They need to be challenged in their maturity. We need to be challenged on our manhood. It's too much already been sacrificed to us as a people for us not to take advantage of the opportunity we have. And you are one of the few that is pushing that message. Come on, y'all, let's do better. Let's quit, man, putting bags on each other. Mm-hmm. Let's become a race to where, man, we can look at ourselves 10, 20, 30 years ago, like, man, we made great progress. And that's one of the things like, okay, yeah, we talk about, I've heard you many times for hours and hours in and out talk about the brother Young Dolph, and we own it. But the thing I give you, the credit I give you is this. You are challenging us and holding us accountable to becoming great. And no one can knock that. And if you are knocking that, then you coming across as hating or jealous, because at the end of the day, we as a people, we've been oppressed for how many years now? Look at I mean, come on now. When are we gonna get tired of being oppressed? Now, I see here, I'm on video. I'm sitting here right now with a woman, and she's not on my race, but she understands where I'm coming from. It's time. It's nothing wrong, sister. You holding us as a race, as a man, as women, accountable for becoming better people. There's nothing wrong with that. We each need to hold each other accountable to become the best version of ourselves. And you do that. And you one of the few platforms that's out here that's constantly hitting that drum beat. Come on, y'all, let's be better than that. I don't give a damn, like, excuse my language, but if I knew who I've been through the Fed, the state, and all type of jail, if I knew who killed Dolph, I would snitch on them. And if I see anybody in my community killing anybody, I'm snitching on them. I'm telling on them. I'm gonna call the police, and you need to be on somewhere, because we tired of losing in 2022. We are tired as a people of losing. And that's the energy, the passion behind your voice. And you got me, a young brother like myself, and I got a big old family. And all my family ride. I'm the oldest male on both sides of my family, and all my little cousins riding with me. When it comes to positivity, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and how to be best versions of ourselves. Our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunties, our daughters are tired of going to cemeteries burying our youth. We tired of that. And this is where the stand is being made right now. And some of that, and I'm gonna say this in closing, that conversation makes some people uncomfortable because they're used to the norm.
Amen.
Amen.
That's
Thank
a
you for
word
that.
right there. That's definitely a word. And like I said, there is going to have to be some accountability, even with these record heads. And if there's no accountability, then people are going to have to pull back their resources. That
Amen.
sometimes that's the only way people are going to listen to you, when you pull back your
Mhm.
resources.
Amen. And my one thing, I'm gonna fall back and kind of listen to you. My one thing I want to put out there to those out there, it's not, it's a it's a vote of confidence with power and understanding, because I know how powerful prayer is. And I want everybody on this platform and everybody who's following this sister to know that she has a powerful voice out here praying, fasting, constantly thinking about this sister. And we that times you're not bullying our queens and our sisters and our mothers, aunties, and youth no more. That's not happening no more. And I understand, sister. I get it. Like, you're a professional woman. You got the professional people. You know what I mean? They got your back. But you got these brothers like myself. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, we got your back too. Period. Point blank.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. That means a lot.
That's
That means a lot.
awesome.
I love it. I love it.
That is so
When
awesome.
I see the men protecting, being protective of the women, because that's the way it's supposed to be. I really
And
appreciate that.
Tamara, if I may say something,
Go ahead.
one of the things that I think would make such a big difference is if you have the brother Harolds, who have come out of, the institutions, or even still locked up. Tell the truth.
Absolutely.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth about this. You don't you don't want this. You know, I'ma share. I have a friend who was one of the biggest hustlers in Philadelphia. If you know, you know. And he's locked up in a jail within a jail
Mm.
because he's on death row. That's how big he was. And years ago, this was like when Mike Vick was about to go to jail for the that whole dog situation or whatever. And we were writing each other back and forth. And I was like, well, what do you, think about that or whatever? And he was like, I am disgusted. That's what I think about it. He said this man had a talent to make him the kind of money that we put ourselves out on the line in the streets for, to change the wealth and the trajectory for our kids and our kids' kids. And that's what you want to do? He
Mm.
was like, you had the ear of the owner of the Atlanta Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
You could have asked him, well, I want to build wealth. How can I do that? But that's what you want to do? He was like, I ain't got no sympathy for him.
Wow.
He was like,
Mm.
he's like, I literally put my life on the line in the streets to try to change the financial situation for my family.
Right.
And here it is, you have this talent and you want to do that?
Wow.
Like, what is you doing?
Mm-hmm.
So what needs to happen is, yes, one of the solutions I think is the OGs, they need to tell the truth.
They need
They
to tell
need
the
to tell the
truth.
truth that all of this street stuff, it's a lie.
It's a lie.
It's a lie
They
and it's
need
the
to
trick
tell the
of the
truth
devil.
about
We're not oppressed people. We are blessed people. Black people are blessed people. That's why people stay coming at us.
trying to oppress us
No
or
matter
keep us oppressed. You're right. Or
trying to. No
trying
matter
to.
what they throw our way, we still find a way to overcome. And we've never had money in this country. We've always been three steps behind, socioeconomically, but we always made it work. Single parenting has always been a part of the Black experience since the Middle Passage, but we are big on family. It's just that we have accepted things that are unacceptable. And I don't know if it's because we're tired or, we just like, okay. But there are things now that are acceptable that are unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
And as communities, we have to stop allowing our young people, first of all, stop being afraid of these young people, because quiet as it's kept, it's only a small percentage that be tearing the place up. And if
That's
that's what you want to do, you got to go. I
that's
shouldn't be cowering in my house because you want to tear stuff up. You got to go.
You're not even safe in your own house because they
Exactly.
shooting through doors and windows and everything else.
It has become unacceptable. Also, and I remember years ago in New York when we had the first black mayor, David Dinkins, and he wanted to go back to community policing where the police officers actually walked the beat. You know, you had your blocks and you got to know people. Because when people see that they, you know what I'm saying, when people see like, oh, I see Officer so and so every day, whatever the case may be. As a matter of fact, what he tried to do was he was trying to change the law where only people in the 5 boroughs could be New York City police officers. And child, them white boys from the suburbs was like, oh no, because a lot of them are just as uneducated as anybody else. And the police department was something that they knew they could go to. The police department, the fire department, corrections. Cause like that was me that said, girl, you should have been a CO in New York because you would have made you would have made money. You know what I'm saying? They were like, they wasn't having it because his thought was if you live in the community that you police, you have a bigger investment.
mm-hmm.
But they wasn't having it.
Well, I hate to say it, but as I was saying earlier, we have to be extremely cognizant of the politicians that we elect because a lot of them get into office to destroy the community. For a lot of these people, crime pays, and they want to keep the black community out of balance.
And that's why they hated David Dinkins.
Hey
That's why
sis,
they hated him because like I said, war and crime make the wealthy wealthier.
Absolutely, absolutely.
but
War and
sis,
crime make the wealthy wealthier. But
can I
he
chime
was
in
like,
there real quick?
listen, if you live within the 5 boroughs, you should be able to have this job. Why are you living out in in Long Island out east, 50 miles from the city? You don't care about these communities. You don't have an investment in these communities.
Absolutely. What were you saying, Harold?
I was going to say it was a couple of thoughts when you had said something about politicians, but we know this country was established because the people that was over here got tired of being taxed without being represented. They call
Right.
it taxation without representation. Another thing, President Eisenhower warned us back in the days about how we as the citizens has to be enlightened in order to keep those that we put in office, in order to hold them accountable. That's been one of our biggest things as a people. We vote people in, and we vote people in. I'm not gonna put any type of, but after we vote them in, we stop with the footwork. You know what I mean? It's like you gotta be enlightened in regards to what it is. What do I require? What do I expect for my vote? What do I expect for my vote? What do I expect for my voice? I'm not gonna just sit up here and put something in and then expect you to go up here and do what you're supposed to do. No, that's not the way this thing goes. You gotta hold these. That's what Eisenhower said. We have to hold the establishment accountable. That's from the city level. That's from the state level to the fed, all the way, because we are citizens and I pay taxes.
Absolutely.
So I get taxed. I get taxed when I go to work here at 3 hours. I'm gonna get taxed for that. So by me being taxed, that means I'm being represented in the government. So it's up to me, going right back to that word knowledge. It's understanding and knowing my position and how to cash in on that position. And a lot of us don't know that. And a lot of us don't understand that. And then some of us, we get caught up in the emotions of the voting system. When it's time to vote, we get caught up in that time, but then we kind of lose interest. This is a day-to-day thing. You know what I mean? Gun laws and all these things we should be actively involved in, not just when something tragic happens, because this is our livelihood. This is what Martin Luther King and all those people died for us to be a part of this American experience.
That's awesome. Tamara, can I say something right quick?
Sure.
Tim 08 and Daryl, it's not that I'm taking over, it's just that the volume on my phone, I didn't hear that somebody was trying to talk. So forgive me.
It's okay. We're all here to on one accord, y'all.
I
Everybody, we're
can I
here
say this one quick?
on
Can I say this one quick in regards to what the sister just said?
one
One
accord.
of the things is and I you know we just had Easter yesterday, so I'll bring the word in to somebody. It's God said in this word, He said, it's two commandments that we must, if we practice, it will all of life will flow for us. And He said, love the Lord God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and then love your neighbor as yourself. So when I'm communicating with y'all through this, I'm loving y'all. I'm loving y'all as myself. Sometimes y'all might say something I might not agree with. That don't mean I'm gonna be like, somebody might say something through the comment I might not agree with. It might be hurtful, but that's not gonna stop me from loving y'all. Because love is an energy that creates. That's why they say God is love. When you love people, you allow them the freedom to create and to be who they are. You might not agree with them, but you're gonna still love them. And when you love, and I just want to say, put that thought out there, like if a person is expressing and conversating in love, there's not going to be no animosity and ill will when it comes to that. Now, if it's not done out of love, all bets is off.
Amen.
Amen.
That's just kind of like, that's why I love, why I was just saying I love your podcast, because you it's like one of the one me and one brother was here the first time. That's one of the things that was emphasized. There's not a lot of profanity, a lot of, because it's like, it's healthy. It's like having the opportunity to listen to you is having the opportunity to enjoy a good meal.
Thank you.
And people who hear this understand that we're talking about good information. That's what we need as a people: knowledge, wisdom, understanding, so we can know how to move forward going into this future. Because you know what I mean, it's obvious. It's a lot of ways we've been losing in a lot of ways, but we know one thing to be a fact: God is with us. That's
That's
why
for
we're here
sure.
today. Our grandparents and grandpa and ancestors, all, that's why we're here today in 2022. Now, you know what I mean? It's our job, so like I was just telling my friends, like, it's our job to understand what's going on, the landscape of our time, and then come with some solutions like Martin Luther King and all the other brothers and sisters before us. Rosa Parks. Don't want to forget about our sisters.
That's right. Harriet Tubman, all of
Harriet
them.
Tubman. Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons that my dad is opening up, and I'm so excited, a African American museum. When my dad first said that, and I gotta plug my dad right quick on the museum that he's opening up in the downtown area. Um, when my dad had first said that he was opening up a museum, he was like, he was a my dad was an elected official for 20 years. And I remember when he said, I'm getting ready to retire and I'm gonna open up a museum. And y'all, he always volunteered us, what we was gonna do. He said, y'all girls are gonna run it. And we didn't think he would ever retire, but he did. He retired. He left in the middle of his term, and to allow and see that my dad had been in politics for so long, he understood. He did what was right. Did what was right by the people, and then he left before the end of his term. And when you leave before, this is what a lot of white politicians do, your term is over, you're able to recommend someone to go in your spot that has been watching you, that has been trained, that is going to be for the people, right? And that's what he was able to do. That's why he left. He wasn't selfish. That's what he did. He groomed other people. And so we was like, well, we don't think, he's gonna do anything with a museum. There was a lady from a civil rights activist named Miss Crenshaw from out of Memphis, who was very bold. She did a lot for the community. A lot of people don't know that Miss Crenshaw was an African American activist in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. She's one of the reasons that people here in Memphis, because she got out and fought on her very own, is able to pay partial payments on their light bill because of her getting out and fighting. A lot of the things, she was the person that led the march for the sanitation workers, but they kind of blacked her out of history. But she was my
Wow.
dad's. She was my dad. Every time Dr. King came to Memphis, the majority of the time he stayed with Miss Crenshaw, right? And my dad said Miss Crenshaw, when she was grooming him, she was his mentor. He would tell her stories about how when Dr. King, how weary he was. You know, he knew that he had a lot of people in his camp that was backstabbing him and things of that nature when he was out front. It's like he almost knew that he was gonna have to give his life up. But the thing that bothered him the most was a lot of the people that was in his camp that he knew about that was backstabbing him. So my dad
Mm.
said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a museum for African American women here in the city of Memphis. He says, and I'm going to I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna build it up for a few years. He said, and then y'all will be able to carry on that legacy, because what the problem is, a lot of young ladies don't know their history. They don't have anybody to look up to. They're pushing this stuff all over the internet, shake your butt, this, and that. They don't know where they came from. Because when you know you come from people like Harriet Tubman, even when I started reading about our history, I had no idea that Harriet Tubman wrote. There was 2 books written. She couldn't read and write, but she translated it. She spoke as the lady translated it while she was alive, and she had to write those books because she was in uh, um, she was almost about to lose her house and her land. So she wrote those books for money, and she told about her journey when she was out in the world. I was just in awe when I started, because there's so many books out about her, but to actually find those ones, and they're on Amazon, you know, about, and to read the ones in her own words, it's powerful on a whole nother level. And like my dad said, there are so many young girls who don't know their ancestors and how
Mm-hmm.
powerful they are and who they came from. And that's why it makes me proud to be able to be one of the directors in that museum, and to be able to have that here in Memphis, to show them, here's Harriet Tubman, here's Miss Crenshaw. You stand on the backs of these ladies who have basically almost been written out of history, and those that have not been written out of history. It's like we hear about Sojourner Truth, but they don't really even know anything about Sojourner Truth.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the ones that got out there, even in those days in the 1800s to 1700s, and advocated for voting, for Black people being able to vote. But people don't know that, because they try so hard to diminish our history. And if you don't have anything to refer back to, you'll accept this mess that they're putting on TV.
Amen.
That's why, certain people, Tamara, are trying this whole critical race theory thing, which is just really stupid. Because if you ask the people who are against it what exactly critical race theory is, they can't tell you. And it's sad because um if we really did know the shoulders that we stand on, things would be so different. That's why you have to, like, the Jewish community, they be drilling it in their children's heads, that history. You can't say just anything about them,
Absolutely not.
because you will lose your job, lose your business, whatever the case may be, because they take that history seriously.
So let me get this
But
in.
with us, people could say whatever, whenever, and we
And
even
there are
go
no
as far as
repercussions.
to agree with it.
Go
So
ahead, Harold.
so Misty, let me get this. I was just kind of talking to somebody. You just said something. It's just kind of, for me, just kind of like something I'm gonna be thinking about throughout the night. You just blew my mind with that what you just said a minute ago. So the your dad, who's got a who got this he's got a, what you call it,
Museum.
museum. And but the part it blew my mind was the lady who inspired, what, Miss Crenshaw.
Miss Crenshaw, Cornelia
Miss
Crenshaw,
Crenshaw was the one. She was now working with Martin Luther.
with Martin Luther King.
Yeah,
Wow.
and I was
Do
like,
y'all
and I
know?
was just sitting up.
Do
I was
y'all
sitting
know
up
the
here.
phrase? Do y'all
Now
know the
hold up.
phrase? I am a man. Y'all know what that phrase? Who coined that phrase for the sanitation workers? Miss
Look.
Crenshaw.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's why I had to sit back and I had to get
See,
time
didn't know
in on that.
that.
Like you just dropped some heavy jewels and you just got me over here beaming with like, well, like man, like that was some man. Like I just had to have you say that again because I feel like for the listening audience, that's some for me. That's a real live thread all the way back to Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? Like to a
Hmm.
person sitting right here talking to me. So I just feel real. I felt special talking to you way back, but now I even feel even more special, like even more honored. I'm like, I thank God, like that's a very that's something to think. That's something for me to think about throughout the week, man. You gave me some heavy jewels, and I appreciate that.
Yes, indeed, Kimberly. Thank you, Harold. Miss Crenshaw Cohen. There was a man, I can't think of his name, that wrote a poem. And I forgot the name of the poem, but he gave it to Miss Crenshaw too, because I want to give him his props. He gave it to Miss Crenshaw, be quiet, Remy, to read the poem. And Miss Crenshaw, in within that poem, Miss Crenshaw said, "I think that the sanitation strike, the phrase should be, 'I am a man.'" If you look at the sanitation workers, if y'all look at Miss Crenshaw, she's out there in the midst of that marching. She was the person that spearheaded getting Dr. King here for the sanitation workers. But because Miss Crenshaw was bold, if you listen to Mayor Willie Harrington, my dad used to have events all the time, and he had Mayor Willie Harrington, one of our old mayor, our first black mayor, to speak, and he said, my, I can remember Miss Crenshaw. He said she was very bold and very brave, and she didn't have no issues with speaking her mind. She would be at every city council meeting, and that's something we got to get back to because we can't just
Yes.
elect officials and not be there. And she would call out every politician, black or white, that was selling out the black
Mm.
community. And so
I would
they
have loved to be
tried
a
to
fly
write
on the
her
wall.
out of history. They tried to write her out of history. That's why my dad started putting up billboards around the city of Memphis. And then I remember when G.E. Patterson, I don't know if y'all remember Bishop G.E.
Bishop G.E. Patterson, honey.
wife called my dad one day and said, "My God, out of all these years," because one of the billboards that we had up was right there on G.E. Patterson, and she was right there in front of the church. She said, "To look up and see Miss Crenshaw after all these years just blew my mind." Everybody knew how that lady fought, but if they're out of sight, they're out of mind. Nobody, no city official, even though a lot of them are dead, their children are still alive, wants anyone to remember Miss Crenshaw, who did not sell out her community, who would not sell out her community, and who fought and held people accountable. You have too many people now that's selling out their community. That's why I was talking about a lot of these record heads. They know what has happened, how black people have been treated as far as these artists. It happened with Prince, with Michael Jackson, with all of them, where they was getting raped contractually. And now they learn a little bit of the game and they get mad at Dolph because he don't want to put his artists through that. And they continue, they learn the game and continue the same cycle. When it is our community, rap was started in our community, which means these artists should be getting, they're the talent, they really should be getting 80% and everybody else 20, because they're the ones that they use as a workhorse and they're the talent.
Amen.
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 It's just sad, because we'll never know what, like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what what he would have accomplished. I remember watching Dolph on the Breakfast Club, and it was just like this spirit around him of kingliness and the way that he talked, and you knew, like, oh, he's bigger than this rap thing. This is just the platform that he's using to move on. I honestly believe in my heart that he would have done more. He would have done been worth more than Jay Z, him and Nipsey. I really do. They would have been worth more money because it's like they had the recipe
Absolutely.
and they just it was some type of anointing with the two of them. Like they just like they were born to do what they were about to do.
Hold on one second, Kim. Aquarius, if you want to donate, you could donate via Cash App. I got it right up here on the screen, or you can. I think it's something you could click down there, super sticker or something. But I got my Cash App up there on the screen. But and thank you for asking. But you're right, Don. He had some type of anointing on him. If you look at Dolph, you could tell that he was raised by an older person. The way he would sometimes how he would rock and how he would fold his arms, and then too when a person has had many attempts on their life and they got the money to get people to do anything that they want, and they don't retaliate on you, and they know who you are, that's a person that has some respect for human life.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you watch that last Breakfast Club interview he did, it was like, they were really enamored with him. It's like everybody knew. Everybody knew how special he was. That's why
He was
people
gonna go
in the
higher.
industry respected him. I could tell you people on the East Coast respected him.
But you know what? Even though a lot of people in the South respected him, they also was envious of him because one of his in one if you listen to his song 100 shots, I don't know why these two verses inspire me. I don't know why, but when I hear it, it just something just perks up on the inside of me. He says one of the verses is broke black nigga remember me until I found out the recipe. That means he figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
He figured it out. He was broke until he found out the recipe. And instead of black people who know what this music industry has done, how they have raped artists contractually down through the years, congratulating him, they hated on him because they was tied up in 2, 3 contracts and wasn't getting what he was getting because he figured out the recipe and bet it on himself and was doing the same with his artists. Key Glock was just able to benefit more because he was up under him more. But I do believe that he was working with each and every one of them. They all would have, and they still all are because it's on them. They're just predestined to win anyways. And then there's another verse in that song that says, "My girl says I'm stuck in my ways, but my wrists say I've been getting paid." It's just something about that verse that
Yeah.
I don't
And
know. It's just something that perks up on the inside of me because I feel. And then he says, "Self-made millionaire." Oh, what a feeling! I mean, you just feel it. A man who was proud of all of his hard work and that was beneficial. It wasn't like he was selfish. The man was giving out money. He said, I was looking at an interview he did, one of the ones he did right before he was killed, before he was assassinated. He said, he said, I want to get somebody 100,000. He said, and then somebody had to talk to me, and they was like, why don't you, don't give 100,000 to just one person? Why don't you take 100,000 and split it 4 ways? He said, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just randomly give away $25,000 to some people. He said, and then somebody was telling him, well, why don't you, when you give money away to somebody, make sure that they have a plan. Have them to
yes,
tell you
ma'am.
what they're gonna do so that they can make that 25 over that $25,000 and then be able to make that 20, take that another their 25,000 and give to somebody else. He said, and that's how you keep spreading it out through the community. The man had the right idea. So why take somebody down like that?
Because you know what? The same way God uses people, Satan uses people. You just got to make a decision who you going to be used by. And I don't like to blame everything on being young, but I really suspect 20 years from now, when they still locked up, they're going to look back and be like, oh my God, what have I done?
Hold on one second. Kimberly says, Tamara and family, I have to go deliver some babies. Y'all be safe. That's my moderator. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. You've been on here with me the whole 4 hours. Go deliver some
Bye,
babies. Be
Kim.
blessed at work and have a good night. And thank you so much for your help. I appreciate that so much. Um, but go ahead and finish, Don. I'm sorry. I had to thank
Oh
her.
no. Bye, Kim. Be safe out there. But I really feel like, once all is said and done, the people that are responsible, they're going to look back on this, and they are, if they have an ounce of humanity, they're really going to have to reckon with the fact that I'm responsible for taking a man out who only wanted to help people. And I think that's the reason why people are so caught up, with this case, is because this was a man who had humanity.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? He had humanity. He wore his jewels, had the, whatever, but he always carried himself with this air of humanity for someone so young. You know what I'm saying? He was
That's
only in his 30s, and he carried himself with humanity. And it's sad that one of the people that he tried to help, like, he tried to help you, bruh.
that's true.
Dolph was way ahead of his time.
He was. He was ahead of his time. He
You know,
absolutely was.
so I just think that, and it's so awesome. I would love to come to Memphis and visit the museum. That is
Me
so
too.
awesome, because these are things that, as a community, we definitely need to know, our history, and those who literally gave their lives, for us to be where we are today in 2022. Um yeah, and just saying to black people, midterm elections are coming, and I just encourage people to pay attention to your local politicians.
Absolutely.
Like that, Miss Crenshaw, she didn't say, oh well, the politician's gonna do whatever. No, she went to those city council meetings, and she called people out, she embarrassed people,
Mm-hmm.
and she held people accountable. We have a tendency, you know, um, we like to hear sweet things, and then people tell us what we want to hear, and then we put them in these position of power, and then we don't check on them. You got to check on people. Are you doing what you said you were going to do? And it
Absolutely.
starts at the local level.
You rest in peace, Young Dolph says Dolph's Moral um is located in Castelia on Boyle Street. If anyone wants to go see it, I saw it on. I'm gonna go see it so I could take some pictures in front of it. But just looking at it on social media, it's beautiful. It is. It's beautiful. Monica says Miss T stood for excellence. He did an interview saying if dudes didn't take care of their kids, I saw that interview. He said that I did hear him say that when he was in a car. He says that I have dudes around me, and after a while, I hear them say something about their kids, and then I never see them with their kids, and I go, I asked them about their kids, and they go, well, me and the baby mama don't get along. This, and that. He said, I can't be around that. I can't have dudes around me that don't take care of their children.
Mm, 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 mm,
So
mm, mm.
that was somebody. Even and people still trying to put
That
dirt
brother
on
was
this young
walking
man's name.
biblically.
Absolutely. He said, I can't be around a man that can't, that's not taking care of his
Mm.
children. That's why I feel like it's true when somebody told me that Dolph didn't fool with Straight Drop like that because he found out about their rape charge as a CEO. You can't have somebody around you that has been convicted of an aggravated rape,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you got female fans. You can't have people around you that do stuff like that. So and I remember a time when a lot of record companies and labels would not touch anything like that. You see what I mean?
That's right.
I remember a time with a lot of them wouldn't touch anything like that. So, it's amazing to me what people are doing now. That's just completely disrespectful of women on a whole nother level. That's right. She said, Monica said he wanted everyone around him to flourish. He did. But his name, I do believe, and I hate that this had to happen. But I don't think his death, because his spirit is so strong, I just don't believe that his death would be in vain. You know what I mean? Even though it's bad, I just believe that a lot of things are a lot of cans of worms, even more, are going to be open. They messed around and messed with the wrong one. And you said you believe that years down the line that they'll regret it. I believe some people regretting it now. They ain't gonna say
Yeah.
it. They regretting it now.
They convicted, you know. They definitely, are convicted in their soul because, you know, taking a human life, it takes a for no reason like that. It just takes a certain type of mindset that I hope I never have. I mean, now if I have to defend myself, I will. Don't get it twisted. But for you to make a conscious decision to murder, because that's what it was a murder, it was an assassination, someone else, and you have no reason.
Absolutely. Y'all put those dolphin signs in the chat. We've been on here 4.5 hours. I gotta suit up because we gotta get ready to be out on the case all night tonight.
Well, I'm gonna let you go because I'm trying to do some overtime to make some extra money. Miss D, it's always a pleasure hearing your voice, and
Don, it was
everyone else
nice
that's on
talking
the
with you.
line. You know, as long as you will have me on the live, Tamara, I'm here for you. I
Thank
feel like
you.
you my homegirl in my head. Peace and love to everyone.
Thank you.
And
Peace.
everybody just be safe, and I'll try not to take over the live the next time.
Well, thank you, and have a good day. Have a good day at work. Okay.
All right, take care everybody. Be blessed.
All
Okay,
right.
you too, Don. Bye bye.
Y'all put those dolphin signs in the chat.
Miss
Player
T,
code.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Player code. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Player code been on mute forever. Y'all put those dolphin signs in the chat. We coming to the end.
Player Cole, you so patient.
Mine just be kicked back. You hear me?
Player Cole has some fans on here. They said he I heard one of the young ladies say, Player Cole, you need to show your face because I want to have a crush too. Since everybody was saying they had a crush, they said they like them gold teeth and that lazy tongue.
He said he said player Cole cute.
Hey, I
Oh,
appreciate
Miss Laura said she said Player Cole her future husband.
Laura, while you sweet talking player Cole, did you go over there and subscribe to his channel?
That's right. Make sure Player Coach tell them where to find you at.
Hey, y'all come check me out over here at Street Politics TV. Make sure y'all subscribe, know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you for having me up here.
No problem. And so, Miss Laura, you know where to find your future husband at. Since he the future husband. I could tell Laura like them thugs. I knew Player. Let me tell you something. I knew Player Cole was from North Memphis because I used to date a guy. He was from North Memphis. His mother lived in North Memphis. His dad lived right over there on Taylor Street, and he used to always say North. That's how he still say it. North. I said, yeah, he from North Memphis. And he's best friends with Player Fly. Now I remember Courtney, which was Gangsta Black.
Yeah.
because when I was, be around, because my cousin and them live on Bullington. It's right there by Taylor and Roanoke.
Right.
And I remember Courtney. That's why when they say Gangsta Black, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, Courtney. But I never remember Player Fly. But I told Marcus, I said, well, now I ain't never seen you put no sugar boog up your nose, but because and I know you and Player Fly best friends, but I don't do that. I said, well, he showed out in the open with it.
Very in the open.
He out in the open with it. Monica says Miss T be officiating wedding soon. Oh, you talking about your Player Code? Player Code done got him a wife. Lord have mercy.
I don't know now, Laura. I might have to put my cougar boots on and we run a contest.
I'm telling you, that Southern slang driving them crazy. I'm telling you, my
look
up north go crazy over the guys in Memphis with that Southern slang, that lazy tongue Southern slang. I'm telling you, when they got a slang to it.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't in mine.
I love when he say ain't in Maine. Girl, I'd be like, yes, daddy.
Player Code, how old are you?
I'm 40.
All right, you ain't too young.
Like 35. I never would have thought you was 40.
Yep.
Y'all, he's 40.
Okay, let's do the math. He's 40 and I'm 54. So all right, that's yeah.
Cody got him 3 women today. Laura said, yes, we love the slang. She said the teeth, the good teeth. She liked the gold teeth. Catalina says, I love to hear Player Code say that. They said, say ain't it, man? And they put their age in there. They put their age in the chat. Player Code say ain't it, man?
Ain't in mine.
Yes, daddy.
They put 44, 36.
I got me rolling over her.
See, Poppy.
They don't call the player for nothing. Lord, I was too through that. Started seeing the numbers, the ages in the chat. Lord,
boy. Player Cole got the Cougars turned up. Wow.
Wait a minute, Alicia said I'm 26.
The kitty cats are out in full force. Row.
Oh, that got me so tickled.
I'm about to fall out the chair laughing at y'all.
Well, while y'all putting them numbers in there, y'all go over there and subscribe.
Lord have mercy, I was through when I saw the numbers, the ages going up in the chat. Lord have mercy.
That's funny.
Monica said I'm 31. Lord have mercy.
Remy said
he got 2 girls. So y'all gonna be some stepmamas.
Girl. Yeah.
He got 2 beautiful babies.
And they so cute.
Lord have mercy. TT says she's 14 now. It's hard for me to believe a 14-year-old in this. He can't do nothing with you, TT.
Nothing.
All right, we ain't trying to get Player Cole locked up now.
TT 901, he can't do nothing with you. She said, I'm North. TT 901, he can't do nothing with you, baby. You 14 years old. She's talking about I'm North. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Ooh, my stomach hurt.
That was definitely the laugh of the day right there.
Yes, sir.
TT trying to get him sent to jail. They said, no, that's Big Stepper doing that. Big Stepper.
Oh,
Big Stepper and Space Goon.
Oh my God, these folks done tickled me to death.
None, none,
Everybody put their bid in today on player code. That's why. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. I bet that was Big Step was talking about I'm 901 North, I'm 14. TT 901. Go on, Big Stepper.
right.
Lord have mercy. Laura says Chicago guys too rough and dangerous. Memphis bad, but the sexy bad. Oh,
Yeah,
Lord
Chicago
have mercy.
dudes have you floating in the Chicago River, belly up, stinking up the river.
Lord, I hear they when they get mad at they women, because I think they was doing that one time at Shreveport. The trend was if you catch a cheating killer, that's sad, ain't it?
Yeah,
Like
they
people
take
are
you out.
mentally sick like that.
Take you out.
That was a trend. That's why that guy, y'all remember that guy about 2 years ago killed his one of his girlfriends on Facebook.
Yeah,
Her name was Renita something.
yeah.
And that was the trend and batter and Shreveport at that time.
Hmm.
Y'all get into it like that, or you catch a cheating killer. That's sad.
Yeah.
That's just a sad thing, y'all. All right, you guys. I'm D-Mon. Thank you. I'll play a code before you go. Say ain't it. They want you to say ain't it mine again.
Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Ain't it, man?
Ain't it, man? Woo.
All right. Thank y'all for coming up, y'all. I gotta get ready because I gotta go out on a case.
Okay, have a good night, Tim.
All
And
right,
good
love
night,
you,
Player Cole.
D-Mon. Thank
Y'all be
you.
cool, that.
Okay.
I want to thank y'all for tuning in. We had some fun today. It's been a long chat, but Lord Remy, I'm ready to take you to the babysitter because I got y'all. Sometimes I be happy to get to drop Remy off, because she barks too much. She be barking too much. Tweet says at Real Talk with Tamra. Come here, Remy. Stop. I'm getting ready to take her on to the babysitter, child. She got to. I'm so glad that I get to spend some time away from Remy. But I want to thank you all for tuning in. Like I said, today we never accuse anybody. We just conversate. We leave it up to the investigators to decide on this young dog's situation. But I have no doubt in my mind that the investigators that justice will be served for Dolph. Because that's all we all want. We want justice for Dolph. But I want to thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all have long live Dolph. That's right, Monica. I want y'all to have the rest of a good day. I got to get ready to get up out of here. Y'all be safe today. I love you all. Talk to you later.